All right, good morning, folks. If you're just joining us from the Zoom waiting room, we are going to give folks a second to get connected and for our live stream to start, and I will open the meeting shortly. All right. I think we have everyone. Good morning. My name is Mel Barnes. I'm Chief Legal Counsel to Governor Evers and the Chair of his Pardon Advisory Board. I'm going to go through a couple of housekeeping items after I introduce my fellow board members, and then we will get started hearing from all of you. But first, with us in the Zoom, we have board member Judge Jeffrey Kremers, who is AG Call's nominee to the board. He served as Milwaukee County Circuit Court Judge for 26 years, including serving as Chief Judge for 7 of those years before retiring in 2018. We have board member Cindy O'Donnell, who served as Deputy Secretary for the Department of Corrections under Governors Thompson, McCallum, and Doyle. She served as a division administrator under Attorneys General Lautenschlager and Van Hollen. And we have board member Professor Eric Liberator, who teaches paralegal students from around the world in the University of Cincinnati's online program. He previously served as a supervising attorney at Disability Rights Wisconsin with a focus on public benefits eligibility and in the governor's office. We have a couple of other board members who may be joining us as the morning goes on. If they are able to join us, I will introduce them at that time. But let's go through just a couple housekeeping items about how today's hearing will run. First, a reminder that today's hearing is being live streamed via YouTube. We'll ask you to please mute yourselves and keep your camera off until it is your turn to be heard by the board to make sure we get good audio and can focus on the person who is presenting. If you do run into any IT issues with the Zoom, don't worry about it. Someone from staff will reach out and try to help you troubleshoot. If it means we need to come back to you because Zoom isn't cooperating when it's your turn, we can always do that. Otherwise, we will call on folks listed in the order listed on the open meeting notice and agenda. And each applicant will have 5 minutes total with the board to share your story and answer questions that we have. We'll ask you to spend the first 3 of those minutes speaking to the questions that we sent you in advance. As a reminder, that is to please give us a brief summary of the offense that you're seeking a pardon for and how your sentence went. We're not here to retry the crime. You don't need to minimize your involvement. We just want to hear from you in your own words what happened. Second is to give us a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, community involvement, employment, essentially where you're at now and how your life is different than the time of your offense. And third, a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. Once you've spent about 3 minutes speaking to those questions, we'll open it up for any follow-up questions the board may have for you. Don't read too much into it either way. If we do or don't have additional questions for you, we've spent quite a bit of time with your application materials, and as you know, there's a lot there. But if we do have questions, we want to make sure we can get to those so the board can make a thorough and thoughtful recommendation to the governor. Once you're done with any additional questions we have for you, you're welcome to sign off. You do not need to stay in the Zoom hearing. And then once everyone's been heard, the board will meet in closed session to decide whether or not to recommend your application for a pardon to the governor. You need a majority support of board members present in order for your application to be forwarded to Governor Evers, who will then make the final decision on whether to grant you a pardon or reject your application. Either way, you'll be notified about the outcome of today's hearing in about a month or 2. We know you've been really patient to get today's hearing, so thank you for that added time to make sure we can provide those thorough recommendations to the governor. So with that, we will go ahead and get started with our first, Judge Kremers.
I just wanted to indicate I'm going to be recusing myself on Ms. Walker since I was
Ms. Walker.
judge on that
Okay.
case.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and get started with our first applicant of the morning, which is Kurt Coomer. Mr. Coomer. Oh, you're still muted, Mr. Coomer.
Good morning. Thank you for having me in this meeting. I'll start off by saying from 1999 till 2004, I committed possession of THC charges, possession with intent. There's several charges there. I think there's 3 or 4 charges. I served 3 separate prison sentences, starting at Ryak and moving around the state. It concluded with the Challenge Incarceration Program, if you're familiar with that. It's a boot camp setting where it's military based with intense AODA treatment. From there, I just want to say right off the bat, before I even got to the Challenge Boot Camp program, I knew right away that I was done using drugs. At the time that I was committing these crimes, I was using drugs and alcohol, and I was selling drugs and alcohol to my friends to support my own habit. Once I completed that program and I was ready to rejoin society, I knew I needed to build a life for myself that I couldn't throw away. So I met my wife, and she already had 2 daughters that I started fathering. And then we had a son of our own. And my kids are all grown now, and we're about to be empty nesters. Our last one is about to leave the house. My career path was difficult coming out of prison and not having a work history. So I obtained my CDL and I built a career in trucking, which I worked for. I started as a box truck driver and then worked to get my CDL. So it's been about 20 years now since I've been driving and delivering. I coached the softball team in the spring. So that's some community outreach that I've done, which it's great to mentor to small children. Let's see, I'm just reading what I kind of put down as notes. I'm asking for this pardon because it helps my career. I can't obtain my TWIC card without having a pardon. I won't be able to get entry into Canada. I've not let my past mistakes and failures define me as who I am in this world, and I'm clearly not the person I was when I committed these crimes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coomer. Board members, questions? Cindy?
And unmute. Good morning, Mr. Coomer. So 2 questions. As part of the application process, applicants are encouraged to submit letters of support, and you chose not to submit any letters of support. Can you tell us why not?
I'm a little ashamed to admit my wife is the one that filled out this application. I honestly was like, based on previous governors, I didn't really think that I had a chance because I had several crimes. And she's the one that said, well, you ain't got nothing to lose, just do it anyway. And the reason that she even pushed for it is because we've decided to be foster parents. So we don't like really being empty nesters. So we've obtained a foster care license, which I thought that I would need a pardon in order to get a foster care license, but I did a review, like a board review with the state and local foster care providers, and they approved us anyway. So the only reason that I didn't submit is that I really didn't even know that I needed to. I thought that I didn't in order to get a foster care license.
Other questions from the board?
I'm sorry, I have a follow-up. I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry, I wasn't sure if you were
a
ready.
technical issue here, sorry. Well, Mr. Coomer, I mean, you signed the application. You're responsible for the contents of the application, saying your wife filled it out. I mean, you're asking us to give you a pardon for 3 felonies, and you don't submit any letters of support. And then you mentioned softball today, but under the section of community service, you put not applicable. So what have you done to earn pardons for 3 felonies?
That's a great question. I'm really not sure how to answer that. I mean, I've lived a commendable life since committing these felonies. And I don't know, like, how I need to rise above I mean, not committing any more crimes, moving forward with my life and staying away from drugs and alcohol. Um, I don't try to measure myself by like all the accomplishments I've done, you know, giving back to the community. Just being a good person and being good, you know, I believe in karma. So everything that's bad that's happened to me was based on something that I did to somebody else or something that's happened. So I don't know if I don't know how to justify deserving a pardon. You know, I really don't even think I don't know. I don't want to say I don't think I deserve it because I've lived an exemplary life since exiting prison. I mean, you know, I could have continued to use drugs and alcohol. I could have continued down the same path and I didn't. I chose something better for myself. And now that I've built a life where I've raised 3 kids and now it's full circle where you have to, I use my life experiences to keep my kids from going down the path that I went down. And like that's you know, that's exactly why I want to foster children is because taking kids that are in, you know, I don't want to say dire straits, but in certain situations and giving them a better life than they would have if they were staying where they were. And being able to foster them or mentor them and, you know, keep them like to be able to tell people like this is what happened to me and this is why I did what I did and this is why I chose what I chose. And, you know, moving forward, everybody makes their own decisions. Everybody's got to live with the consequences. And, you know, that's just basically where I am.
Thank you.
Dr. Cremers.
How long have you been sober now?
26 years.
26 years?
Yes.
So in 2004, when you committed your last felony, you were already in your sobriety phase?
Yes.
You were just dealing drugs.
Yes.
So you weren't dealing, as you indicated in some of the earlier ones, dealing to support your habit.
It became a situation where I didn't know how else to support myself.
I see. And by the way, congratulations on 26 years of sobriety. That's
Thank you.
very commendable. But so 2004, you got essentially a 8-year sentence, 3 years of prison, 5 years of extended supervision, but you didn't finish your sentence until 2017. Why is that?
It's, I'm terrible with dates. So I went to prison 3 times. I would get out, I would continue to use drugs and alcohol, and I would, this was 99.
No, I'm talking the last case, which you got in 2004. You told us you were already 3 years sober by then. But it took more than you were on paper until 2017, according to your
The
application.
Challenge Incorporation, the Challenge program that I served in prison, the boot camp program, that turned all of my prison sentence into probation. So I
Right.
think I got out in 2007 and I didn't get off paper until 2017
Why were you on paper for 10 years?
because I had that much, I don't know. Like I had that much time that I was supposed to serve and Challenge Incorporation was the only early release that I could possibly get.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Just, Mr. Comer, I listened to your presentation on the phone. I was not able to log in, so I heard what you said, and I joined Judge Cremers in congratulating you on your sobriety.
Thank you, sir.
All right. I think that covers it from us then, Mr. Coomer. Appreciate your time and hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
All right, you guys have a great holiday.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you.
All right, and Reverend Hancock, since you were here before we do our second applicant of the morning, I'm going to briefly introduce you. Reverend Hancock is another pardon board member. He is the director of the Prison Ministry Project. He previously served as a public defender, a deputy district attorney, and as an administrator for the Department of Justice's Division of Law Enforcement Services. So welcome, Reverend Hancock. And we will go ahead and get started with our second applicant of the morning, which is Kimla Walker. Judge Kremers is recused from this case, so he will go off video and not participate in questioning. That's why you won't see him. But Ms. Walker, we're ready to hear from you. Ms. Walker, do we have you in the Zoom? Okay, perhaps not. In the meantime, then, we will go on to Matthew Hamilton. Mr. Hamilton? Mr. Hamilton, do we have you in the Zoom? All right. Michael Ruger, Mr. Ruger.
Hello,
Hello.
good morning.
Good morning. We can hear you and now we can see you. Perfect. Thank you.
Great. First off, I would just like to send my thanks to Governor Evers and the whole Pardon Advisory Board for even giving us this opportunity. And how do I begin?
Mr. Ruger, we're going to ask you to speak to those 3 questions we sent you in advance of the hearing. I can recap them if you'd like, but we'll ask you to spend about 3 minutes on those and then we'll open it up to any additional questions.
Okay. Could you please recap the 3 questions?
Sure. So could you please start with a brief summary of the offense that you're seeking a pardon for and how your sentence went? We're not here to retry the crime. You don't need to minimize your involvement. We just want to hear from you in your own words what happened. Second, to give us a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, how your life is different now, employment, community involvement, things like that. And then third, give us a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. If you can
Okay.
keep that to about 3 minutes, then we'll open it up for follow-ups.
Okay, to start early to 2000, I was honorably discharged from United States Army. I was doing my VA medical care at La Jolla VA, scheduled to have a surgery for my shoulder, and just the whole process. They had prescribed some medication, said it was going to have some adverse effects on me. I was a little nervous, scared, started smoking weed. I was in Southern California where it was very prevalent and accepted as medicine ever since Proposition 36. I started smoking very heavily, up to an ounce a day. It led me, I had family in Wisconsin, and when I would visit, I would obviously have large amounts of weed on me. And people just really wanted it. They wanted to be my friend. They gave me a lot of money. So I became involved in selling it some. And during that process, I was arrested in California. I mean, in Wisconsin. I did not know the severity of the charges and how negatively it would affect my life. I missed my court date and was extradited from California. I was arrested in California, extradited, went back to Wisconsin, and faced additional charges because I had failed to appear. By missing my court appearance, that one charge turned into several, approximately 4 to 6 felony bail jumpings. Some were dismissed, but I believe 2 I was convicted of. I actually pled to those 2 after I was convicted for the THC, because my whole issue was I had a California real estate license at the time. I was working at Century 21. I did not want to lose that license, which the felony would cause. So I wasn't, there was no deferred prosecutions or anything available. So we went to trial and lost. And after that I was convicted, went to jail. The conditions in jail were not good long term, eating, exercise, getting sunlight. So I believe on January 8th, I went back in front of Judge Flanagan and just asked to go to prison or to get time served, at which point they sent me to prison. I completed that sentence and I was released. I was told that I was going to be able to go back home to California upon my release, which I was not. So I had to go to the law libraries and type type up my motions and submit my motions. I successfully motioned to modify a reduced sentence, went back in front of Judge Flanagan, had the support of Jason Hanson, actually bumped into him in the elevator where he congratulated me for doing it the right way. He said the state knew that I had no problem being a fugitive. And I asked him how he felt. He said the state had no issues. We went to court and the judge ruled on my motion and reduced my sentence, so that term was completed. And since then, I've been living in California. I mean, I've been living in Connecticut. I'm sorry, and just doing everything I can to rehabilitate my life. I'm a single dad. I have one kid that's grown. One still lives with me, and I do the best I can. I actually help people nowadays. I have people here in Connecticut that I'm helping go through the pardon process as well for THC related convictions. So the process here is a little different. It goes through the courts, so they have their paperwork submitted. I cut trees. I'm a tree climber. I help young men, with work and being productive. I'm a member of the 82nd Airborne Association. Um, and I live a vastly different life. Strangely enough, Connecticut weed is fully legal. You can cultivate it in your backyard. Uh, they sell it in stores, but I rarely smoke. Actually quit years ago. Years, I watched a friend pass from smoking related illnesses, so I don't want to consume smoke. So that's pretty much it. I've wasted a lot of the potential of my life. I'm sorry for cracking up. I'm thinking about my friend. And here I am trying to go through the process just to further right my life. I work for wonderful people, homeowners, wonderful people that give me back dignity and respect in my life. We work hard, and the appreciation has rebuilt me into a great man. I'm just looking to further myself. I'm studying for my arborist license currently, uh, and I just want to be able to get better contracts, government contracts, state contracts. There's a lot of work out here in Connecticut. There's unlimited trees that need cut, and that's pretty much about it.
Thank you, Mr. Ruger. We'll open it up and see if board members have other questions for you. Board members, Judge Kremers.
Good morning, sir. So you talked about how you got involved in the drug dealing, but you didn't talk about your other felony that you're asking for a pardon for, involving taking the car of your friend and taking it to California. What was that about?
Actually, as I said, when you have the good California bud, people love you and they throw money at you. That individual, Mike O'Malley, would give me his key to his house so that I wouldn't even have to call him. He said, anytime you're in town, come to my house. That car was traded for weed, and that was my car. I drove it to California, but when I was arrested, it ended up in the impound lot, at which point they send a notice of abandoned or stolen vehicle to the previously registered owner. And when they got that, that's when all that happened.
All right, thank you. And then it looks like in 2010, you were convicted of a domestic violence related disorderly conduct.
Yes, I
What
pled
was the
to
situation
that.
there? Sorry?
I pled to that in lieu of going to trial.
What happened there? What was that
His
about?
arguments with my other child's mother, arguments about not wanting her to go out drinking and such. We had a young daughter at the time who's since grown. That's my adult daughter. But
And go ahead,
what was
sorry.
that?
No, go ahead, finish. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, just I had no choice but to plead, because the offer was no kind of jail time, and no forfeiture, and I'm already a convicted felon, so pleading to a misdemeanor was not that difficult. As I said, I pled to the 2 felony bail jumpings because at that point I was already a convicted felon.
I see. And you also, is that the same woman or person who got a restraining order against you?
It must be definitely because no one else has. I believe that was all um part of that same case.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Ruger, before we move on to other topics, I just want to follow up on that a little bit because I believe these charges are related. It looks like you may have originally been charged with felony strangulation and a child abuse charge. Was that all part of the same incident?
Yeah, that all stems from her sister. They would call the police on me. There was nothing that I could do. The best thing that I ever did was leave myself from that relationship, but it's difficult when you have a child with someone.
I understood. Can you tell us a little bit about the facts of what happened with that incident, though? You said there were arguments about her going out drinking, but what actually did you do in that circumstance?
I believe in that circumstance. I live next to the police station there. These are all coming from memory, but her friend and her sister and her sister's friend came to the house, I believe, that day and tried to forcefully evict me or something. At which point I left with my young daughter, probably about 2 years old, and I went to the Madison police station, and then just in there and them taking the reports. The girl's friend scratched my neck and scratched me from and tried to hit me from the back. I took my daughter out the own back door, went to the police station, and then I ended up being the one arrested.
Okay, so why were you charged with strangulation? I guess is really my question.
Um, I'm not sure why I would be charged with anything, but obviously I've had a issue with being uncooperative with the police, which actually made me, it actually worked against me by being uncooperative. So, like I said, since then I've learned to go through these processes rather than not. So I believe that stemmed from it because I still heavily used weed at the time. So it it might, I was subject to arrest at any point for that. So I had a very uncooperative relationship with law enforcement or anything. I would just want to get away from that.
Okay, other questions from the board? All right, thank you, Mr. Ruger. I think that covers it from us then, and hope you enjoy the rest of your morning.
Right. Thank you.
Okay. And I'm just gonna note for the board, as we've had a couple issues with applicants not being here, there are a series of power outages in the Milwaukee area and suburbs, so I think that is likely impacting some of our applicants. So we'll just keep calling people kind of as possible here, but I believe we do now have Ms. Walker in the Zoom. Ms. Walker, if you're with us, we are ready to hear from you. And for your application, Judge Krumers is going to recuse himself, so he'll go off video and won't participate in questioning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can y'all hear me? Oh, y'all can hear me now. I
We
was on the
can.
phone. I was on the phone before, and I was saying, and I couldn't get through. So I'm like, I dialed the number and whatever the case may be, and y'all couldn't hear me. So I called back to the number for the Madison. As I was calling her, she was calling me.
Oh, good.
So
Well, we can hear you now.
She kind of directed me how to go about it. And good morning to each and every one of y'all this morning. And I'm calling on the behalf of a pardon. And I do acknowledge my cases that I have. I have 3 cases stemming back from 1997 and then 2011. And I acknowledge my part in that. But since then, I kind of see it and changed my life. But sometimes you have to leave the people in the past in order to receive a better life. And I just started doing other things with my life for my children's sake, because they was young when I was incarcerated, and I didn't want them to go down the road that I went through. So I had to change to better for them and my community. And since then, I had at the Work Release Center, she helped me a whole lot into getting my steps in order as I transition back into society, as far as finding work and sustainable housing, and she helped me a whole lot. She seen something in me that I didn't know that was in me. And from there, it just went on. Then I got partnered up with a church, and that's my church family. They've been there for me since they met me and I met them going forward. And I just try to live a better life. As far as why I want to party, because I want to give back. I want to do more. I had wanted to do something with children, and I see that I wanted to do a daycare. They said I couldn't do it because I was a felon. Now I just want to help with children. Now that's why I'm requesting a pardon. Because on a felon, you can't, for some odd reason, I don't know why, that I couldn't apply for, dealing with children.
Thank you, Ms.
Hello?
Walker. Yep, we're just going to open up to questions from the board, and I see Cindy has one for you. Cindy?
Good morning, Ms. Walker. Can you tell me if you are currently employed?
No, I'm not currently employed at this time.
Okay,
Due to
thank
health
you.
issues. I had some health issues.
Thank you.
Reverend Hancock has a question.
Ms. Walker, the
Yes, sir.
the district attorney's office in Milwaukee reviewed your case, and they support your application for a pardon. Now, Governor Evers will make the final decision, but how does that support make you feel?
It makes me feel real good. I'm blessed, and I have a second chance. Hope I can turn somebody around with my life story.
I have a
Go
couple
down that
other
path.
questions. How much time did you do in prison?
I did 5 years. That was my first time in prison and my last time in prison.
Yeah.
I did 5 years in prison.
And in your
That one
application,
time.
you talk a lot about how you were involved in this stuff. You talk a lot about your kids. How are they doing? How are your kids doing?
They're doing much better. And you know something? You know why I talked a lot about my kids? Because I felt I hurt them the most. Not as far as being their mother and not being there for them 5 years. And I worried about them for them 5 years. And since when I had got out, I tried to tell them, don't take the road I took. It's a better road. They all completed education. They got their high school diploma. My youngest daughter went back. She got her ABBAC, whatever, with her associates and her bachelor's. She's online to go for her master's.
Wow.
And then my other daughter, she's in the healthcare.
Good. Well, thank you. Thank you.
Yes. I tried to steer them the best. Excuse my means. I tried to steer them the best way, and I kind of tried to steer them too. Tell them they didn't want to go there. They don't want that route.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Other questions from board members? Okay, I think that covers it from us, Ms. Walker. Appreciate your time this morning and hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
You too. Y'all all have a blessed day and happy holidays to you all.
Thank you. Okay. Do we have Matthew Hamilton in the Zoom? Mr. Hamilton? Do we have Samuel Iwazako? Mr. Iwazako? Okay. Justin Kruziger? Mr. Kruziger?
Hello,
Hello.
get my video going here.
There we go. Thank you. We'll turn it over to you.
Hello, my name is Justin Kreitzger, and I'd like to thank you for taking the time to hear my story. 30 years ago, at age 18, after completing my senior year of high school, my mom and stepdad decided it was best to kick me out of the house. A few days later, I had everything I owned in the back of my little Ford Ranger pickup truck with nowhere to go. I spent a few nights sleeping in my truck before I found someone who was willing to give me a place to sleep. Over the next 2 years, I got a better job, drove on a CDL for a lumber company, found a roommate, and started paying rent. I purchased a newer truck and was also able to purchase a newer motorcycle. I worked hard to achieve all of that in the 2 years after starting on my own with basically nothing. On a warm summer-like day in early October 1997, my friend and coworker called and suggested we go out for a ride for the last time before the weather turned colder. I had my childhood friend's wedding to attend that afternoon, but decided we could go for a short ride before the wedding. My friend and I, along with our girlfriends, turned onto a country-type road. My girlfriend whispered in my ear, "Go fast." Like most 20-year-old guys trying to impress their girlfriend, and like an idiot, I listened to her. My friend did the same thing and stayed right with me. As we crested a small hill, I noticed an officer traveling the opposite direction. In that instant, while traveling at a high speed, billions of things flooded my mind on what was about to happen and what to do. Fear of losing everything I'd worked for would all be gone. I feared losing my job since I drove truck for a living. I also knew that my friend was likely revoked or suspended and should not have been driving. I also believe he may have been wanted, and knowing him, he likely had weed on him. I couldn't see him at the time as he was behind me, but I assumed he was planning on running to try and not get caught. In this split second of time, I had a lapse in judgment. I panicked and made a bad decision. I kept going and didn't slow down. I found out later that my buddy's new girlfriend, who I didn't know well, told him to pull over and she would bail him out. He ended up pulling over and turning around, went home. I realize and understand that I put 4 people, including myself, in a dangerous situation. This pursuit was not like the ones you see on TV or on the internet with a line of police behind me. The situation was over in 4 miles and done in less than 4 minutes time from the start to when I pulled over. I don't say this to minimize what I'd done, just to give an accurate context. I was arrested and taken to jail. Upon arriving, they told me that the general population pods were full and that I would have to sit in the hole until my court hearing, and not a great first jail experience. Upon my release from jail, I tried to find out where my motorcycle was taken and who towed it, as I knew the storage fees would start to stack up. I asked the district attorney, and he told me I likely wouldn't see it for a long time because they needed to take the motorcycle apart and make sure it wasn't full of drugs, and that they would need to hold it for evidence. 6 months after my arrest in March of '98, my attorney was able to find out the towing company and then obtained a court order for the release of the motorcycle. I took the court order with a friend as a witness to the towing company, and they didn't release the motorcycle. My attorney said there was nothing more he could do. I was sentenced to 60 days with Uber privileges and was released in 45 days with good time. My license was revoked for 1 year. I promptly paid my fines and court costs. I ended up surrendering the motorcycle to the bank as I couldn't seem to get my property back. There were over 5,000 unexplained miles put on the motorcycle while it was being held. I found out after the bank sale. They also had to install a new rear tire, which was disturbing as I had just installed new tires on the motorcycle before being arrested. I said someone had fun with my motorcycle at my expense while it was out of my possession. After my sentence, I split from my girlfriend that was on the motorcycle with me. I found a new place to stay as I lost my townhouse and I met someone new. This person I met is now my wife, and we've been together for almost 28 years and married 25. I'd gotten a good job, and we purchased a fixer-upper home and had 2 beautiful daughters. My main focus has been on my family. I was the breadwinner, and I left that good job to become a stay-at-home dad to my girls. Growing up with a single mother who did the best she could, I found myself at the babysitter's often. I was sexually abused by the babysitter's teenage children and also by a teenager of my mom's friend. I didn't want the same life for my kids as I had had. I wanted them to have a two-parent home and not have to go to someone else to be raised and babysat. I started a small landscape and snow plowing business, changed a lot of diapers, and worked on remodeling our house, and raised two 4.0 with honors high school graduates. My oldest just finished college in 3.5 years with 3 majors and 2 minors with honors. And my youngest is currently at UW Platteville studying forensic investigation and criminal justice. Both my girls played fast pitch softball for about 10 years. I volunteered and coached most of the teams they're on. Both girls played park and rec, and I was the assistant coach for many of those teams. My oldest also played travel ball, and I was assistant coach there as well and helped run tournaments and fundraisers. I volunteered and helped hold open gyms for the high school softball team throughout winter as well. 3 teams, 3 sets of practices, 3 sets of games a week. Fast pitch softball became my life, and I was fully immersed in it. Each year I had about 60 young girls to help learn to be better people and better athletes. I didn't know the game entirely well, so I was the type of coach that was the cheerleader, the helper, the encourager, the motivator, and the one who helped pick girls up after a strikeout or a bad throw. I had parents and coaches approach me and ask how I kept so calm when everything was going haywire. I enjoyed those days and would like to think I made a difference in some of their lives. I'm not seeking a pardon to run for office or be able to sit on a jury or gain employment. I'm seeking a pardon for redemption, for proof of growth and elimination of labels and stigma. My youngest daughter still would like me to take her hunting, and I would like to provide her that opportunity, as I've tried to provide as many opportunities for my kids as I can. I've watched some of these hearings in preparation for the hopes that I would get one day, and it amazes me how many people keep their stories quiet. I've always been fully open with what I'd done and was willing to tell a story to anyone who wished to hear. When it came time to get character reference letters, I knew I would have people who would do it. The struggle for me was actually in asking someone to say something nice about me and for actually asking for help. I'm so used to doing things on my own. Asking for help is a hard thing for me to do. I've done so much for others in the past. I've decided it's time to do something for myself for once and attempt to clear this up and open up new possibilities. Thank you for listening, and I humbly ask for each of your recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Kreitziger. Questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Kreitziger, besides a sense of being forgiven, how would a pardon affect your life?
I would lose that label, which is a big thing for me. I try to rid myself of labels, and I'd like to take my daughter hunting. Like I said, I've tried giving my kids everything that I didn't have, and I'd like to give them the things that I did have. And I used to go hunting as a child, and my daughter would like to do it, and it's something I would like to do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay, I think that covered everything from us then, Mr. Kreitziger. Appreciate your time and you sharing your story with us today. Hope you enjoy the rest of your morning.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I do not believe we have Mr. Hamilton or Mr. Awazako yet, but I do know we have Ms. Foster in the Zoom. Ms. Foster, we're ready to hear from you. I'm sorry, Mr. Foster. I can't read my own handwriting. My apologies.
I'm sorry. Good morning.
Good
Can
morning.
you hear me?
We can.
Okay. My name is Kaimani Raymond Foster Sr. And I just want to thank you guys for having me. Back in 1998, in the early 90s, I was doing things that I shouldn't have been doing around the wrong crowd of people. And I'll take responsibility for the things that went on in the case I had. I did 62 days in house correction. It was terrible. And that right there straightened me out a whole lot. And ever since then, I've completed truck driving school. I also have got a grant through the LSET program, which during that time I took a refresher course of behind the wheel, which I obtained my class A, B, C, D, P, H, N, and T endorsements. I'm a member of the local 200 CDL union. I also volunteer at the EB Gardens Fishing Club every first weekend of June. I've also volunteered with the vets at the farm at on 76 and County Line Road. They have but they grow vegetables and things like that. And I volunteered out there with my dad before. So I'm looking to have a pardon so I can increase my life skills of driving trucks and to be a better person and show my children there's a right way to do things. And with the other case with the child support, I was giving my kid's mom cash instead of taking it downtown. And throughout the years, I helped her raise another daughter that wasn't mine. And once we split apart, she went downtown and wanted child support. But my daughter might have been maybe 5 years old then, so they gave me 5 years of back pay, which was a Class E felony, and that's how I have the child support felony on my record as well. And during this time, I have taken the innovative public NPS public schools program. I got a certificate for that as well. I just want to be a better person. I got married August 10th, 2024. Me and my wife has 4 children. I have a son that has autism, and I helps out with him a lot. He goes to Catholic East School here on the east side now. I just went to their school and volunteered during the lunch service. And I just want to be a better person. But for further in my life, I want to look for more business adventures as far as doing non-emergency medical transportation. And right up now with my employment, I'm a dump truck driver.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. I'll open up to the questions from the board. Judge Kremers.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
With respect to the child support case, that was almost 22 years ago. Do you have a relationship with that daughter?
Not like I would like to, but I have reached out multiple times, and like it's like kind of various ways of speaking. And then, as time went on, the mom kind of had them kind of like they really didn't need me because of the breakup that we had. But I say I said to my daughter that when I met the lady, her daughter was 6 months. I buried my first daughter when I was 21. So kind of like after that, I met this lady and she had a daughter that would have been like the same age as my daughter that passed away were. So I took her under my wing and me and her mom broke up when she was 7 years old. I took care of her till she was 20 years old.
Wait, I'm getting confused. The child that you didn't pay support for, well, you said you were giving the mom cash, and then she went downtown and got an order. That child, is that the child that died?
No, I had a previous child that passed away. So
So
I'm
the
saying when she
child,
passed away,
okay, I'm talking about the child that you were ordered to pay support for.
okay.
Did you pay the 5 years of back child support?
I'm still paying on it now, making monthly payments still now because they gave me a bill for maybe 15 grand that I didn't have. So I'm still making monthly payments still now on that old bill.
Okay, and how much are you paying a month on that?
It's only $20, but I pay $40 a month.
All right, and do you know what the balance is? How much you still owe?
Probably about 20-something thousand.
Okay. Okay, Ed. Oh, and looks like you have a delinquent tax bill from 2023 from Milwaukee County for about $3,600. What is that about?
A delinquent tax bill.
Yeah. You know anything about that?
No, I don't. I paid my taxes.
Okay. Look, sometimes the records are not accurate. According to CCAP, there's an unpaid delinquent tax warrant from Milwaukee County from 2023 for $3,609.58. You don't know anything about that?
No, I don't. I have a payment plan with the IRS and the state here. I pay $200 a month to the state and I pay $450 to the IRS for federal.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Wasser, the judge in Milwaukee County who reviewed your application and the DA's office who reviewed your application, both the judge and the DA support your getting a pardon. Now, Governor Evers will make the final decision, but how does that support make you feel?
It makes me feel awesome that someone believes in myself and what everything I wrote was the honest God truth. And like I said, I want to show my family and my children to have a clean slate to make things that I couldn't do, I will be able to do with a partner and have my kids and my wife follow my footsteps to be better person, stay on track, remain focused, and don't get curveballed anywhere in life. So I'm just trying to lead by example. And I
Thank you.
appreciate them for that. Thank you.
Cindy.
Yeah, Mr. Foster, you mentioned a lot of the CDL licenses, et cetera. Are you currently employed?
Yes.
Where and what do you do?
I still drive a dump truck.
You drive a dump truck for a
Yes.
company or for yourself or?
No, yeah, myself. I'm an owner operator now. I work for a company, and what they did was after I drove for them for 2 seasons, they financed me the truck, and I've been paying on it ever since. And I just made my last payment, maybe the end of the season.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Foster, one question for me. There is a 2012 charge that looks like it was a domestic abuse incident. I see it was dismissed. You weren't convicted, but I'm just wondering if you can tell us what happened there.
Well, actually, she's my wife now. We had a disagreement, and I was leaving out the door, and we ended up bumping into each other. And she kind of fell, I fell, and then the neighbors, I believe, called the police. They came out, and so we went to court. It was all crushed. And like I say, we are married now, so it really wasn't. It was just a disagreement overall.
Okay, thank you. Other questions from the board? All right, I think that covers it then, Mr. Foster. I appreciate your time this morning, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your Friday.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
I'm gonna turn it off.
All right. Next up, we have Miss Jackson. Miss Jackson, if you're with us in the Zoom, we're ready to hear from you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jacquisha Jackson. I am a
Miss
44 year.
Jackson, sorry, just to
Yeah.
pause you for a second. We can hear you. We can't see you yet. Are you able to turn your camera on?
Maybe no. We had sent over some stuff. The camera doesn't work. We was only supposed to come on through the speaker.
Okay.
This is Megan from Legal Action. We had requested a reasonable accommodation.
Okay, I apologize for that. I do not have that in my notes, but you are welcome to proceed with audio only.
Please and thank you. My name is Jacquisha Jackson, and I'm a 44-year-old African-American woman, humbly requesting consideration for a pardon. At the age of 20, I was convicted of possession of intent to deliver, as well as possession with intent to deliver, possession with intent of cocaine, and resisting and obstructing an officer. I take full responsibility for the choices that I made at that time. Those decisions were shaped by the instability and trauma and lack of support I experienced throughout my childhood, but I hold myself accountable for the actions that led to my incarceration. I was raised by two parents who struggled with severe addiction, and from the age of 4, I was exposed to circumstances that no child should ever endure. I have experienced trauma and was introduced to marijuana and alcohol by the age as a misguided attempt to calm me. Growing up in environments surrounded by drugs and crime and older peers, I never had the chance to develop a healthy sense of self-worth or guidance. I grew up fast and carrying trauma, depression, and emotional scars long before I understood what any of it meant. At the age of 20, I had no direction, no positive support, and no belief in my own future. I became a willing participant in the drug lifestyle, serving as a drug mule and taking risks as if my life had no value. I was hurting, I was lost and emotionally numb. My addiction was a quiet death wish, and I was stuck in a cycle of hopelessness and self-destruction. My incarceration became my turning point that changed my life trajectory. Since then, I have spent more than 2 decades rebuilding myself mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and professionally. While incarcerated, I had earned my HSCD, had completed Challenge Incarceration Program, which is the CIP at St. Croix. I was a part of the Athena Squad, which was the second squad that successfully passed that. I also received services from MATC, a degree in human services from MATC with specialized substance abuse disorder and coursework. I am now 9 credits away from receiving my bachelor's degree in behavior science. I have continued to pursue personal and professional growth through business planning certification with WIBIC here in Dane County. I have become an alumni United Way of Dane County Boardwalk. I just graduated that class with lived experience, people with lived experience. I have remained committed to bettering myself, not only my life, but those around me. Service to my community has been a major part of my transformation. Over the years, I have volunteered with organizations including St. Vincent de Paul, Second Harvest Food Bank, Neighborhood House, YWCA, Boys and Girls Club, Freedom Inc., and several church and food pantries, community gardens. I have built positive relationships with local community leaders, contributed my time wherever needed, and stayed dedicated to helping others. Through consistent therapy, prescribed medication, and a commitment to my mental and emotional healing, I have worked tirelessly to overcome my past. I am a devoted mother, grandmother, a stable and reliant presence in the community, and someone determined to help others raise above their struggles. I am also working on my own personal businesses, writing a book series, and planning to open up facilities to support individuals re-entering society after incarceration. I am requesting a pardon not to erase my past, but to finally remove the barriers that prevent me from fully stepping into the opportunity I have earned through years of proven change. Barriers affecting employment, housing, licensing, long-term stability. I am no longer the broken young woman I was. I am a woman of resilience, integrity, compassion, and purpose. I am respectfully asking for your consideration so that I can continue contributing positively to my family, my community, and society, this time without the shadow of decades-old convictions limiting my future. Thank you all for your time, your energy, your understanding, and your thoughts in considering me as getting a pardon.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Open it up to questions from the board. Board members? Judge Kremers.
Good morning. So
Good morning.
I see that you have some other criminal justice contacts that occurred before the felony that you're seeking a pardon for, and I understand your explanation for what was going on in your life. But then after 2002, the felony that you got 3 years in prison for, in 2008, it looks like you have a conviction in Sauk County for theft. What was that about?
Yes, sir. I stole 4 cartons of Newport 100s from a gas station at Ho Chunk Casino. I left a person there who was convicted, and I left him there. I received the ticket in the mail, and when I went to court, I pled guilty that day. The person that was with me was like, well, why would you plead guilty? I say, because I already have a criminal past and I have to be held accountable. So there's no need to go to court. I end up receiving the ATIP program where I was on house arrest, where I was still going to school and to work. And so I successfully completed that as well.
Okay, why did you do it though?
Impulse, they was there. I was with some friends, and I could get away with it, I guess.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Reverend Hancock.
Ms. Jackson, the judge who reviewed your application supports your getting a pardon. Now, Governor Evers will make the final decision, but how does that support make you feel?
I'm grateful that a judge in that position would put their job on the line to say they agree with me.
And could you tell us just a little bit about the Boardwalk Academy?
The Boardwalk Academy, sure, I can. The Boardwalk Academy is created for people with lived experience like myself, so that we can go out in the community and be on boards like what you guys are doing now to help shape and form organizations within the community, whether it be the jail, whether it be helping people that commit crime, people that's been through crime, telling them how it is and how to overcome that.
And you graduated from that program, right?
Yes, I did. I'm alumni of 2025. Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Jackson. I appreciate your time today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Gratitude and thank you guys as well.
Thank you. All right, next up, we have Aisha Bowie. Ms. Bowie? Do not see Ms. Bowie in the Zoom.
Mel, that's part of the 10 o'clock group.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I have skipped right over one. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Hamilton is our last remaining applicant of the morning session who we have not heard from. We're trying to reach him by phone, so I will say if folks can just give me a moment, we'll try him one more time. And if not, we'll take a break until 10 o'clock.
Also, Samuel Izakowski.
Is not attending.
He's not,
Yeah.
okay.
Hey, I believe we've made phone contact with Mr. Hamilton, so since we are running early, I'm going to see if we can get him in here so we don't cause ourselves to be late with our second morning session if possible.
Is Mr. Brown on the morning session?
No, Mr. Brown has asked to be rescheduled and we've rescheduled him.
Oh, okay, good.
Okay, Mr. Hamilton is joining imminently. Thank you everyone for your patience. Okay, Mr. Hamilton has run into some additional issues, so we are gonna try to do him first as our second morning session starting at 10. Everyone should feel free to please take a break and just remember that the live stream is still on. So please mute yourself and turn off your camera. Thank you. Okay, our live stream should still be up, so I'll just wait until we get our board members back on camera and we can start admitting other folks from the waiting room. Good morning, everyone. If you're just joining us from the Zoom waiting room, we're going to give everyone a moment to get connected and we'll get started shortly here. Okay, I think we've got most of you in from the waiting room. Good morning. My name is Mel Barnes. I'm Chief Legal Counsel to Governor Evers and the Chair of his Pardon Advisory Board. I'm going to start by introducing my fellow board members, go through a couple housekeeping things about how today's hearing will work, and then we'll get started hearing from all of you. So with us today in the Zoom, we have board member Cindy O'Donnell, who served as the Deputy Secretary for the Department of Corrections under Governors Thompson, McCallum, and Doyle. She also served as a division administrator under Attorneys General Lautenschlager and Van Hollen. We have board member Professor Eric Liberator, who teaches paralegal students from around the world in the University of Cincinnati's online program. He previously served as a supervising attorney at Disability Rights Wisconsin, where he focused on public benefits eligibility and in the governor's office. And we have board member Reverend Jerry Hancock, who is the director of the Prison Ministry Project. He previously served as a public defender, a deputy district attorney, and as an administrator for the Department of Justice's Division of Law Enforcement Services. And finally, we have Judge Jeffrey Kremers, who is AG Call's nominee to the board. He served as a Milwaukee County Circuit Court judge for 26 years, including serving as chief judge for 7 of those years before retiring in 2018. So just a reminder to all of our applicants, today's hearing is being live streamed on YouTube. For that reason, we're going to ask you to keep your camera off and yourself muted until it is your turn to be heard by the board. That will allow us to focus on the person who's presenting and make sure we get good audio quality. If you run into any IT issues with the Zoom, don't worry, we'll have someone from the staff reach out to you and we can always come back to you if needed, if technology isn't cooperating. Otherwise, we will call on you in the order listed in the agenda and open to meetings notice. Each applicant will have about 5 minutes total with the board. We'll ask you to spend the first 3 of those minutes speaking to the questions that we sent you in advance of today's hearing. So as a reminder, those are to first give us a brief summary of the offense that you're seeking a pardon for and how your sentence went. We're not here to retry the crime. You don't need to minimize your involvement. We just want to hear from you in your own words what happened. Second, to give us a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence. Community involvement, employment, essentially how your life is different now than at the time of the offense. And third and finally, a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. Once you've spent about 3 minutes speaking to those questions, we'll open it up to any follow-up the board may have for you. Don't read too much into it either way if we do or do not have follow-up questions for you. We've spent quite a bit of time with your application materials by this point, and as you guys are aware, those are very in-depth. But if we do have things that we want to ask you, we want to make sure that we get to those so that the board can make a thorough recommendation to the governor. Once you're done answering any additional questions we have for you, you're welcome to sign off and leave the Zoom. And once everyone's been heard, the board will meet in closed session and decide whether or not to recommend your application to the governor. You need a majority support of board members present in order for your application to be forwarded to Governor Evers. He will then make the final decision about whether or not to grant you a pardon. Either way, you'll be notified about the outcome of today's hearing in about a month to 2 months from today. We know you've been very patient to get to today's hearing, so we thank you for giving us just a bit more time to make those thoughtful recommendations to the governor. So with that, we will go ahead and get started. We have one applicant who was unable to join the first morning session, but I think we've sorted out his tech issues. So Mr. Hamilton, if we have you in the Zoom, we will start with you. Mr. Hamilton, if you're speaking, we can't hear you. Mr. Hamilton, you are still muted. I understand you've joined us by phone here. Can you unmute yourself, please? Mr. Hamilton, if you can press *6 to unmute yourself. Okay, Mr. Hamilton, we're not able to unmute you on our side. So if you can press *6, try that. If we can't get it sorted out right now, we can come back to you. Oh, I think that's working.
Now, can you hear me now? I'm sorry.
Yes,
I pressed *6 like 7 times. I'm so sorry.
that's okay. Zoom really doesn't cooperate for all of us. We all have our struggles, but we're glad we can hear you now. We'll turn it over to you.
Okay. Okay, my name is Matthew Hamilton. I was charged with a manufacturing delivery of cocaine. I believe it was 0.20 grams or such. And at the time, it was a person that I knew from the neighborhood. He had interactions with some undercover officers. I wasn't with him. I knew him. I met him at that location because we from the same neighborhood. We didn't come there together, but by us interacting there together and speaking and talking there together, they charged me with party to a crime, with his crime. And so I accepted that as association by my surroundings. Since then, I've changed my whole entire life. I've never had any other encounters or anything in that nature going on. I changed my life. I turned myself into a sole proprietor contractor, which led to me changing my company over to an LLC. I did a lot of city and local contracts for the NIDC department, which is helping underprivileged homeowners restore their properties that would not ordinarily be able to do so. Also, since then, I have turned myself over to state and local contracts, and then also now I originated Hamilton Contractor Services, which is LLC service now that I do government contracting. And I desperately need to pardon off of my record due to the fact of the work aspects that I'm trying to do. So basically, just to say like site inspections on government sites or military bases where I'm about to perform work, I have to have a third party come and to do my site inspections for me due to my involvement in that 2002 case. And I believe I was like 17 3/4. So they charged me as an adult. I don't even know if I was really 18 at the time, but it would happen at around 17, 18. And it totally doesn't represent my record as far as all the great things that I've done. I got that one blemish on me, and I feel like that one blemish, it outdoes all of the great things, and I stayed all the way out of trouble. I have no more charges since then. I have 2 beautiful children since then. I purchased a home 5 to 6 years ago. What else have I do work for a church that's next door to me. I attend that church. It's only me and the church on the block, the house that I bought. So it's just like me and the church, and me and my kids, we volunteer there. So I guess that would be the amount of community service that we do outside of the fact that a lot of the times dealing with the NIDC and the homes that we repair, we be needing to go above and beyond the scopes of work and what we're getting paid to do in order to not just satisfy the owner, but to ensure safe living space for people like that. And we also donate what we can when we can. I also teach younger generations around me not to get involved in some of the things that I did when I was younger. You know, I had also issues with school and stuff like that. So that's not on my record, but I like to teach the kids about how to, you know, get along better with people at school, and also how to evade the fact of bad behavior, to to distract themselves from bad behavior when they got too much time on their hands as a juvenile, because that's what was going on with me at the time. I had no, if I could have gotten into construction then, me meeting my friend of mine at the store, and him selling cocaine to undercover, would have never happened to me, because I probably would have been, doing something else. And I grew up in a single parent home, so I had a lot of time, outside, and that's where I fell into problems at. So I just want to say that I changed my life since then. There's no possibility. I got a 16-year-old. I have a 15-year-old, and my kids have great accolades too. One of them got his license already. They both participate in landscaping, and they got their own company with me, of course. And all of this is through the state of Wisconsin. Governor Evers I have my LLC through the state. I have my supervisor license for lead and abatement. I have asbestos supervisor license, a dwelling qualifier from the state of Wisconsin, and I also possess a City of Milwaukee contractor's license.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Let's open up to questions from the board. Board members? Cindy?
Good morning, Mr. Hamilton. So in the application, it asks for other criminal behavior, and there's a couple of things you did not list. In 2004, it looks like you had a misdemeanor battery that was amended from a felony aggravated battery. What was that? What are the circumstances there?
Yes, so that was a separate issue that happened in my life, where a person, God had stabbed me twice with a long screw, what you want to call like a barbecue knife, where it has a really long handle with a really short knife to the end of it. And I struck that man after he stabbed me twice, but they charged me until they seen the camera. And after he stabbed me twice, I struck him one time to protect myself. And after, he stabbed me twice, I walked away from the man and I left. And he chased behind me. And on camera, they show him doing like this flying Japanese kick where he's just like 2 feet coming at me. And I stepped to the side. And I just got out of a injury where I had I shattered both of my heels. I broke the R3 vertebrae in my back and shattered my wrist. And this guy, he knew it. And I just got out the wheelchair and I was on like crutches at the time. And so he did this to me because he owed me some money from some video games. I was younger at that time. And basically, I was just a wheelchair guy, a video game wheelchair guy at the time. And so I traded some games with him and stuff like that. So he owed me some money. And I told the owner of the store that he owed me some money because he was upset with me. He's like, why is he upset with you? And then I told the owner of the store, which is the owner of the store brought him to the country, and he was the worker for the owner, Habib, which is still a good friend of mine. He's on the phone with me all day, every day to this day. He also was the owner of 618 too, and stuff like that. So he told me that the guy was upset, and so because he lived with him, and he told him that if he keep owing me and stuff like that, and doing stuff in the neighborhood, borrowing stuff from people, and doing stuff like that, that he was gonna not have him live with him anymore at home. And that upset the guy enough to where he stabbed me 2 times. And ma'am, I have walked away from him. I want to say ran, but I couldn't because I just had all of those substantial injuries. And I don't know if you got access to my medical records, but I shattered both of my heels.
Mr. Hamilton, Mr. Hamilton, I'm going to interrupt you. Please, if you could just answer the question, what behaviors did you do to get a conviction for misdemeanor battery?
Oh, okay. Well, I struck him after he stabbed me.
Okay.
And he chased me down. I struck him once, and then once they seen the video, they didn't charge me with felony no more. They told me that I should be going home today, and I should have never been arrested.
Okay, but you were convicted of misdemeanor battery. And then the second
They said only because my attorney told me to plead to misdemeanor battery. I'll go home today because I had been in jail for 6 months for the felony. But they said if they would have seen the video when you got arrested, because the police kept the video for 6 months. Once the video was released, I went home.
Okay, I'm going to move on. In 2022, you were convicted of a misdemeanor disorderly conduct, which appears to be domestic related. What were the circumstances around that crime?
In 2022, they said I was convicted of one. I was what you want to, I don't know the name of that, but when they dismiss a charge, it's not, I wasn't convicted of a domestic violence.
No, that's right. But it appears that the incident was domestic related. What was the incident about? I don't want to know.
Oh, okay. Because you said I was convicted of a domestic, I've never been
No,
convicted
I
of
did
that.
not. I said you were convicted of a
Oh.
misdemeanor disorderly conduct, but it was domestic related.
Oh, okay. So it was my ex-girlfriend, in
Okay.
which now we are still basically in good standings because we have a kid together. We talk all the time, and it's been years and years since then, and we never have a problem to this day. But it was related to the fact that her uncles that have extensive criminal records, they pulled up on me and her one day, and they was threatening gun violence. I called the police, and they also had other family members involved where not the ones that was threatening me criminally, they didn't call the police, but the other people in their family called the police. And by the time they left, I was still there to give my report to the police.
Okay, so
If that makes sense.
what behaviors did you do that got you convicted of a misdemeanor disorderly conduct?
I believe yelling at them after they was threatening me
Okay.
with
Okay.
gun violence. I'm sorry,
Okay.
but I didn't threaten them. They was threatening me, and I yelled at them to get the heck out of here and woo woo. And I was ranting and raving until they left, and
Got
the
it.
neighbors and peers heard it.
Okay.
But I didn't do anything violent, and I didn't do anything threatening.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton.
Other questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Hamilton,
Yes, sir.
your success with your business is a big part of your application. But this year in 2025, there was a garnishment action against you and your company filed in
Yes.
Milwaukee. Can you
Yes, sir.
briefly tell us what that was about?
Yes, sir. I have a issue that I had with a supplier, a material supplier, and out of my 22 years of service to my company, I've never had a litigation besides this incident here that I can recollect. And so basically, what happened was I purchased $27,000 worth of windows, and I would say $4,000 to $6,000 of the windows were incorrect. So I paid $17,000, and then we got into a spat over the other one. They was even different sizes. They was different. So they was made custom fit to a 150-year-old home. And so basically 150 years ago, they didn't do what they do now, which is windows be uniform. Like they'll be like 4 feet by 2 feet, 4 feet by 2 feet. And so back in the day, you know,
Mr. Hamilton,
yeah. So they was.
Wait, you've clarified the most important point, that this is a dispute between you and a supplier, not between you and a customer. So thank you for that.
Yes,
Any
no,
other
it's
questions
for
from-
my. Oh, can I add one more thing, please? No, this windows is for my property. I'm disputing my own because I feel like as though I didn't get the proper service and the proper products. Some of my windows wind open, like the winding style, and then some of them they shipped me, they wasn't the right size, and you got to slide them open. And then I said, well, I could deal with it, but if I ever sold my house, when you want all your windows to be the same though, especially if you're paying $27,000.
Understand, Mr. Hamilton.
And
We're just trying to understand the basis of the legal action, and I think we got that.
I'm sorry to elaborate. I just, I'm used to, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Other questions from the board? Okay, I think that covers our questions for you, Mr. Hamilton. Appreciate your time and hope you enjoy the rest of your morning.
I thank you guys so much, and I please give me this part, and I promise I won't let you guys down. I need it for my work and my employment so bad. I'm a government contractor, and it's isolating me and it's blocking me from doing so many things. It's almost making me like a 30% contractor when I can have 100% access to the abilities and help my family and grow with my business. Please give me this. Please, I promise I won't let the system or the governor down. I promise.
Thank you,
I
Mr.
promise.
Hamilton.
I haven't so far, and I will not. I promise.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Next up, we have Aisha Bowie. Miss Bowie?
But do I log out?
Hello?
Miss Bowie?
Yes.
Yes, we're ready to hear from you. We can hear you, we can't see you. There you go.
Hi.
Good morning.
Hi, my name is Aisha Bowie. I am asking for a pardon for an incident that occurred in 2008. It was misappropriate identification. At the time, I was escaping a violent relationship. I moved from Florida back to Wisconsin, and it was the middle of a winter storm. And when I left, I literally just took me and my son and I was told that I can come to a store where my friend and my sister worked to receive items that I was not going to be paying for. And at the time, I didn't really give it too much thought because I was in need for my child. And when I got in trouble, when I got arrested, I was scared and naive, not knowing exactly what was going to be going on with the situation. So I used someone else's name. And I learned from my mistakes since then. Like I said, it was in 2008. Since then, I haven't had any other incidents with the law other than a traffic ticket for tollways or things like that, missed tolls. Excuse me. Sorry about that. And moving forward since 2008, I was given 3 years probation that I completed successfully. Again, I said I was not in any trouble. I've had more children, and I had become a dental assistant to take care of them. And that's what I was doing. And then I just recently had another child back in March. And now I'm a stay-at-home mom. And I'm hoping to receive this pardon because it would help me when I go back into the world to become a hygienist. And that has been enabling me. I have only been able to go as far as being a dental assistant because of the stature of the felony misappropriate identification. It's like on the seesaw line of the law where can I practice being a hygienist or can I not? So it's always up in the air for me when I try to enroll for a program. I'm told, oh, I need to wait and see what this is about, and then I'm not entered into the program. So with that being said, I will definitely need a pardon to move forward on to become a hygienist, as well as me being a mom of five kids now. I only had 3 when I first applied. However, being a new mom again, I was looking into becoming a real estate agent here in Wisconsin. And that's something that I cannot do having a felony on my background.
Thank you, Ms. Bowie. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Yes, good morning, Ms. Bowie. Are you currently employed?
No, I'm not currently employed. Well, I guess you can say I'm self-employed. I do Instacart orders and I drive for Amazon Flex.
Okay. And your goal, though, is to get into the dental hygienist
Hygiene,
field?
yes.
But you're qualified now to be a dental assistant,
Correct.
but you're not pursuing that line of work.
Not at the current moment. I have, back in 2019, I had a high risk pregnancy, so that took me out of the workplace. And since then, my child, she's 4 now, but I was a stay at home mom raising her up, and now I just had another child. So
You're busy.
no, yes, that's why I'm doing the Instacart orders and Amazon Flex as it allows me to do.
Okay, my second question.
Yes.
The victim in this case, and I appreciated in your application, you talked about the impact on the victim and her life because she was applying to be a bank teller and she ended up having to go to court. She
Yes.
went to court for this.
We're actually friends.
That was my question. Do you still have a relationship with this
Yes,
person?
we're
Have you
actually
apologized?
friends.
Have you
Yes.
made amends?
She was my best. Sorry about that. She was my best friend to begin with. Of course, it took a couple of years, me completing probation and things of that nature, and we hugged it out. I did my time, I did the crime, and we're back solid.
Okay.
I'm her son's godmother and everything. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Ms. Bowie. I think that covers everything from us. Appreciate your time this morning, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Okay. Next up, we have Kristen Sanchez. Mr. Sanchez, I do have a note about your accommodation here, understood, so we're ready whenever you are.
All right, my name is Christian Sanchez. I'm from Kenosha, Wisconsin. My conviction was a burglary to a crime, a boat vessel. I was part of the crime to that. I was a driver. I was dumb when back then, I have a learning disability, so I'm trying to rephrase all these questions that I can say. With growing up being in a household of 5, I have a mother that abused us. My mom was always drinking, had different men coming over, beat on her. My childhood was just not good. So I joined gangs and try to find family that way. It left me with a lot of trouble going in and out of jail. I'm better now. I'm trying to do things a lot better for my family and just trying to do the best I can in this community. I have helped out with older people with therapy, doing like bingo and cook for them. I go to church, volunteer for them. I do choir back when I was in my teens. Just the things that I've been going through is just been hard because of my conviction. Try to work for the city. Can't because of what I've done. I know I can't say nothing about it really too much, but it's my crime, what I did, and I'm trying to face it. I've grown out to be a better man. I have 4 children. A lot of them, I try to push them through school. They did good in school. The 3 boys graduated. One goes to college. He's trying to do like psychiatry. I'm proud of him. My other son, he works full time, never really home anymore. I just trying to get a better job for me and my family to just try to succeed in life. Um, Try to do more things with them, going to like Europe or Italy. Um, just growing up with this life is just my like my best friend. He shouldn't have died. He got shot in front of me because of my reactions. When I was a game banging, he was nothing. He was just a normal person. I had to pick him up, bring him back to his mother's house. I know it wasn't the thing to do, but that what happened. The cops came, the ambulance came, things just happened wrong. And from there, I try to like better myself over my head, just allow this trauma just to get better because I'm doing therapy about it. I have some college. I'm trying to do something in my music industry because I am going for a music producer. Right now I'm doing technology, auto producing. I do Kenosha pet sitting right now, taking care of animals, walk them, feed them. I was going to go for EMT, but I got in a car accident. And he gave me a 411 spine fusion, so that dream's out the window. But I'm still trying to do my other dream, just try to succeed in music. And the industries I'm trying to get into, they look at my background definitely. And I'm a caregiver for my wife. My daughter went through a lot of things. Her mom was abusive to her too. Just try to stay positive for my family and for me. So that's all I can say right now.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. We're going to open up to see if the board has any other questions for you. Board members?
Sorry, can't remember everything.
Cindy?
Mr. Sanchez, it looks like you had a couple of other criminal contacts, a misdemeanor disorderly conduct in 2003, a misdemeanor possession of THC in 2009, a misdemeanor hit and run in 2016. What was the hit and run?
The hit and run, I brought my kid to school. It was early in the morning. My wife it wasn't feeling good and anything. So I just said, okay, I'll take him to school. I know my license was suspended and I got scared when I was when I was coming out from the school, we stopped at a four-way. No one was moving, so I just decided to go. Somebody tried to go in front of me by turning left, and I end up hitting them. And I just stayed there for a second to see if they were okay, out the car and stuff, and left. And I shouldn't have. I should have stayed there and dealt with and see what happened and everything like that. But like again, I was scared, and
Okay.
I didn't know what were going to be with my consequences.
Okay. And then, thank you for that response. In 2024, it looks like you have a workers' compensation overpayment of about $6,500, and there's a warrant on that. What's that about?
I didn't know anything about that one.
You don't know anything about it? Okay.
It's in Dane County, Mr. Sanchez. Did you live in Dane County in 2024?
No, I never lived in Dane County.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
I ask because we, frequently.
Can my wife say something real quick?
Please.
If you want to go ahead.
What it is Christian has a couple of brothers that have been living in different areas of Wisconsin, and I know two of them they get pulled over and they use their brothers' names. So I don't know if one of the incidents is from Christian, but like his brother Cruz just got in trouble for, when he got pulled over, he said his name was Carlos, which is Christian's other brother. So that, I don't know if that's what that's from. So now
Okay.
we
Yeah,
know we're gonna look into that.
Yeah, understand. If you didn't live in Dane County, it wouldn't be you.
I never knew about that.
Okay. Any other questions from the board for Mr. Sanchez? Okay, thank you for your time today, Mr. Sanchez. Appreciate it and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, our next applicant this morning is Patricia Lara.
Hello,
Hello.
good morning. So I just want to say good morning and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you guys today. I'm here with humility and accountability to ask for pardon. I do take full responsibility for my actions and I want to explain what happened, how I've changed, and why my pardon would make a meaningful difference for my daughter and I. At the time of my offense, I was in a toxic relationship, an unhealthy relationship with my co-defendant, Derek. I lacked confident judgment and boundaries that I have since worked hard to develop. I made a serious and harmful decision to involve myself in a situation that I should have never agreed to. I agreed to let an individual hide in my car so that the robbery could take place. Although I did not personally harm the victim and ran away before the violence began, I understand that my participation enabled a terrifying and traumatic experience for another person. I did not know ahead of time that weapons would be used, but I recognize that this does not excuse my behavior and I place someone in danger, and that this is something I deeply regret. What I regret most is the harm that caused to the victim and the lasting consequences of my poor choices on my family, especially my daughter. This incident does not reflect who I am today, but it is something I will always take responsibility for. I have learned from it and I've made deliberate choices to ensure nothing like this will ever happen again. I'm a single mother with sole custody and physical placement of my daughter. Her father has been in and out of jail over the years. I am currently responsible for providing stability, care, and opportunity for her. My daughter and I live independently, and while we no longer live with my mother, she remains a strong source of support and helps significantly with caring for my child. Even so, my criminal record creates barriers to housing and long-term financial stability, and I worry about how my past mistakes could impact my daughter's future. Professionally, I have built a long-term career in hospitality, and I plan to return to school for hospitality management with the goal of becoming a hotel general manager. I have already taken steps towards this goal by obtaining my alcohol operator license, which reflects the trust placed in me and commitment to meeting professional and regulatory standards. Despite this process, background checks can still limit promotions, professional advancement, and travel opportunity. A pardon would allow me to move forward without those barriers. I have been employed at the Best Western Premier Park Hotel for 8 years and am one of the longest term employees. Because of my background, I began in housekeeping and then earned promotions through laundry, front desk receptionist, front desk supervisor, front desk manager, and now assistant general manager. My leadership trusts me, relies on me, and encourages me to continue my education so that I can one day become a general manager. Outside of work, my priorities is being a present and supportive parent. My daughter has been involved in swim classes since she was 6 months old and remains active. She also participates in karate, ballet, and community recreation programs. She's enrolled currently in a dual language immersion program and attends tutoring 3 times a week. I actively stay involved in my child's education and daily routine. Family supports has been essential to my stability. I am very close to my mother, who helps a great deal with my daughter. I am also close with my sister and my nephew, and since my sister welcomed her daughter last year, I care for both of them every Thursday. Being a consistent, reliable support for my family is important to me and reflects the responsibility I strive to show in all of my life, in all areas of my life. My daughter and I volunteer for the Food Bridge, where we pick up and deliver food to elderly individuals who do not have transportation. Giving back has been important to me and has helped me teach my daughter compassion, responsibility, and service to others. I cannot change the past, but I have spent years proving through my actions that I am no longer the person I was at that time of my offense. I have remained law-abiding, steady, employed, and committed to personal growth and parenting. A pardon will allow me to continue building a stable future and provide the best possible life for my daughter. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Laura. Questions from the board? Okay, I think you covered everything then. Appreciate your thoughtful answers and hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Sounds good. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you. Our next applicant this morning is Matthew Quick. Mr. Quick.
Good morning. Hi. Again, thank you for hearing my case for a possible pardon. So I'll get started with the brief summary. Excuse me. So my felony was from 1994. I was charged with a burglary crime. At that time, I was 19 years old, and this was the summer after my freshman year in college. I was in my hometown area, which was Grant County, Wisconsin. And some friends and I were out at night, and we decided to enter a burnt down restaurant that had recently had a fire. So we stole some items, and that led to the burglary charge for me. So the restitution, and I was put on probation, and that all went smoothly. I was able to complete my degree and finish college at the UW Platteville. I'm a teacher, so I completed my degree through, working through everything that goes along with that, and challenging going into teaching, but I was able to be a licensed teacher through the DPI by explaining my situation. And every 5 years when I reapply for my license, I have to explain the felony charge, and I've had a teaching degree for the entirety of my career. So what I've done since the probation and the crime, 30 some years have passed. I've gotten more degrees, so I have a master's degree plus 42 credits. So I've kind of maxed out my degrees as a teacher. My master's was in general professional teaching through the UW La Crosse. But I'm in my 27th year of teaching at Sparta Area School District, where I've been employed the entire time, and enjoy my job very much. Along with teaching, I'm a coach. So I've, for 14 of those 27 years, I've been a head basketball coach, as mostly on the girls' side. So enjoy being a leader. I feel like I have a lot of leadership tools that I've used in my job, leading my department at our school where we have multiple FIAD teachers. I've also been a department chair and my leadership role as a head coach. I've been married for 27 years and I have a family. So my wife is also a teacher, and we have 3 children. The oldest is age 22. And she's in graduate school at UW La Crosse going for a PA. My middle daughter is 18. She's going to be a teacher. She's in her freshman year at Winona State. And then we have an 11-year-old son who's very active in sports, and he keeps us very busy. So for the past 15 years, when my kids were in youth sports, as a FIAD teacher and a coach, I've been very involved with all of their youth sports, doing volunteer work. So I'm in multiple sports: soccer, football, basketball, track and field. In our community, most of the programming is through Park and Rec, or it's through the the club, hoops club, basketball club, or a boys and girls club for football. So, been able to always be honest about my felony and still pass with my teaching license, be accepted as a youth coach, even with that background. Our children are part of our local Catholic church in West Salem, the St. Teresa of Calcutta. So they're involved in Catholic programming. So we're very involved in our community, and myself and in my school community, because I teach in a different community than where we live. So I'm asking for a pardon for several reasons. I've as I was a head coach, the felony was used against me by some parents to have me terminated. So that was very difficult. And I'm very successful with the team I was coaching. So also I have tried to get different jobs, and I always are honest, checking the box. And I've never been able to get another job. I mean, I feel fortunate, the job that I have, and I enjoy it very much, but I would like to, try different opportunities as I get closer to retirement, or try to do different things, after I retire, which having that felony removed would allow me to do that. Traveling abroad. This summer, we traveled to Niagara Falls as a family, and we're afraid to cross the border into Canada for fear of having problems with my felony background. So, also possibly I have a lot of friends and family that hunt. If I was pardoned, I would have the ability to, own a firearm and take my son hunting with family and friends. So, that's kind of my situation. I feel like I've owned my mistake, and I've done a lot with my career in teaching and as family, very family focused. But I'll open it up to questions.
Thank you, Mr. Quick. Questions from the board? Jerry.
Mr. Quick, the judge who reviewed your case in Grant County supports your application for a pardon. Now, Governor Evers will make the final decision, but how does that support make you feel?
Extremely happy, very joyful. After, what encouraged me to do the application for the pardon, I had a friend who was able to be pardoned. That was also a teacher and had served his school for a very long time. So after my termination a couple of years ago, I took the plunge to go through the application process and go to Grant County and get all the paperwork. So I was very excited when the judge approved that.
Good. One other question. Are you in your classroom?
I am in my office.
Yeah. Okay.
Hours up. We're celebrating our last day here before Christmas break. So
Okay.
I'm just on a little break before I go back to work.
All right. Do you have are you gonna can you show us your office?
Oh, I'm a
okay.
fine teacher. There's lots of, books and things around.
Okay.
Lots of
Thanks.
things I need to fix.
Good.
Yes.
Right. Well, thank you, Mr. Quick. I don't think we have any other questions for you, so appreciate your time and hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next up is Jeremy Cole. Mr. Cole.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Cole. We can hear you. We cannot yet see you.
Okay. How's that?
Perfect.
Good morning. My name is Jeremy Cole. and I am here today seeking a pardon for 2 felonies, burglary and theft. I had committed these in June of 2000 when I was 17 years old. I am now 43. And today is very important to me, and I am very nervous. So if you guys don't mind, I'm going to read my statement so I don't try to forget anything. So, on the night of the felony was one of the worst nights of my life. I still feel guilt and shame about it, which makes it very hard for me to talk about. I know I made a really bad decision that evening, and I do take full accountability due to my actions. I will do my best to tell you what happened. I was at an apartment in downtown Sparta where a friend had lived. We were there to drink. I knew I was underage. I knew it was wrong and illegal, but at this time I did not care. Looking back now, as a husband, a father, and the owner of a business, I see that I should have never put myself in that situation. After drinking for a few hours, we had run out of beer. A tavern called Sidekicks, owned by a family friend, was nearby. I foolishly decided to go down there to try to get more beer. I knew where the beer cooler was inside. I wanted to continue drinking, and I thought to myself that I would take a few cases and pay John for them later. I now know, as a business owner, I could not dream of ever wanting to rip someone off of their hard-earned property, and I am ashamed and embarrassed. As only taking beer that I would pay for later is how I justified it to myself at the time. I went to the bar. Others from the party had joined me. The door was locked and there was a small rickety window up high on the building. A few others had hoisted me up to see if I could open the window. I pushed on the window and it broke almost immediately, so I slid inside to unlock the back door. The cooler was next to that door. As I started taking beer and handing it out, I had heard someone else who had come inside say, "We need cigarettes as well." I'd never planned to take anything other than beer, but at this point I had lost control of the situation. I wish I would have tried to stop everything then and there, but I didn't, and I regret it. We returned back to the apartment. Once everyone was back, I saw that as a group we had stolen beer, cigarettes, and some open bottles of liquor. I do not recall seeing anyone go into the cash register saying they had cash or seeing wads of cash. I'm not saying nobody took cash. I just know I did not, and I did not see anyone else that had. The owner of the tavern was named John Cones, and I had apologized to him for my behavior. John has since passed away, but I am still friends with his son, Eric. We actually go on a fishing trip every year together. I was sentenced to 2 years of probation, and if successfully completed probation, the felony would have been expunged. Now, having 25 years to think about my foolish actions, I am very disappointed in myself. At the time, I was using alcohol very heavily. With the benefit of age and some perspective, I can see that I was lost as a 17-year-old. It had took some time, even after this case, for me to straighten out completely. I got in trouble a few more times. Eventually, my probation officer had revoked me. That had ruined my chances of getting this case expunged. Once again, looking back, I wish I would have gotten my life together sooner. My felony would be expunged, but it took getting revoked for me to change. Incarceration was a turning point. As I sat in jail, I had plenty of time to think about everything. I watched the people coming in and out of jail, and I realized this is not where I fit in. I am better than this. And I found the help I truly needed with a woman that I had met. We got married. She's now my ex-wife, but with her by my side, I realized what else life was about. Being together for 17 years with her, I hope to raise 3 wonderful children. And that's what I really wanted. I had changed my friends, my habits, and my life. So as I started, at that point, I started a very satisfying and productive career. I grew up on a family farm, so I always had a very strong work ethic. And now I work in the building industry. I became a foreman at Lacrosse Buildings when I was 21. Eventually, I began running my own business. I have since built a very reputable post-frame building business. We often work together on projects with Olympic Builders, a reputable general contracting business where I used to be employed. We sometimes work on big jobs with large contractors and municipalities. I have become the go-to and possibly #1 post-frame builder in the area. I've obtained a Wisconsin dwelling contractor license in 2017 and retest for that every 2 years since. In 2024, I decided to get my HSED and completed that. In and around 2017, I donated our labor as Cole Construction to erect a pavilion-style building for the North Bend Lions Club. I've invested in many properties around our area, including many residential rental properties. There are several reasons I am here today seeking a pardon. First off, being forgiven by the governor would be the ultimate closure for my crimes. Second, I would like to get involved with a youth mentorship called Kicking Bear. It is an organization that helps get kids into the outdoors. My fiance, Dana, is very good friends with Ray Howell, the founder of that organization. So I would like to volunteer with this organization. I believe having a pardon would help me connect with these young youth. Third, I worry that I may need a pardon professionally someday. As my body ages, it gets much harder every year to strap a tool pouch on. When I re-enter the job market, it will help in interviews to have a pardon. Fourth, my business cannot be bonded to work on large jobs involving municipalities or big companies unless I get pardoned. So being able to bid on and service these larger jobs would help my business financially. So for the last 26 years, I've gone very far with a felony on my record, and now I'd like to see where I can go without it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Cole, the judge who reviewed your application supports it, supports your getting a pardon. How does that make you feel?
Honestly, truly blessed. I don't take it lighthearted, and I appreciate everybody's willingness to want to hear from people like us to hopefully give us a second chance.
Good. Thanks.
Judge Kremers.
Good morning, sir. It looks like from the records that we have that there's still some money, not a lot, but still some money owed to Jackson County, $20, Monroe County, two amounts, $456 and $538. Do you know anything about that? These are for
I truly and honestly do not. I did not know. And if I did know it was a bill, I would definitely had it paid. So I did not know there was.
So if in fact you still owe those court costs, you'd be able to pay those?
I have the money, correct? Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Thank you, Mr. Cole. That's everything from us then. Hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Next up, we have Robert Bennett, and I will just note for the board that we do have victim input on Mr. Bennett's case, someone who is here and would like to speak. So what we will do is, Mr. Bennett, once you're done answering any follow-up questions that the board has from you, I will call on Ms. Calypsi, who will have an opportunity to address the board. And once she's done, if we have additional follow-up questions for you, I'll give board members another opportunity to ask that. But Mr. Bennett, we'll start with you.
Hello. Okay, you can hear me? Okay.
We can, yes.
My name is Robert Bennett. I'm begging for a second chance to contribute to my community and my family. For charged with aiding a felon. Forgive me, I'm a little nervous. The delay of justice made it harder for the family to get justice for they just sorry.
It's okay, Mr. Bennett, take your time.
I'm not good at public speaking per se.
We understand. It's a
make it
difficult for him.
So my actions made it harder for the police to do the investigation, costing the people money and time. I hit a gun for a guy who committed a crime, very serious crime, 20 years ago. I was young and scared. I had to talk about witnesses who was in the car, killing witnesses who was in the car with me, and I was scared they would kill everyone. I still feel ashamed for my decision. That's why I took a plea years ago, because it was the right thing to do. Since then, I became a volunteer basketball coach, football coach for the youth, assisting with all type of programs involved. I'm also a mentor at MPS part-time. I also work for I also volunteer at AFC Ministries, and also assisting group homes at the same time. And I'm CBRF certified. I am CNA certified. I work for the wellness team. I'm a fire assistant, first responder. I'm also a county ranger. And the reason I'm looking for a partner is so I'm able to work inside the county more into a different position to help the youth and better myself in there is to let them know that there's always room for a second chance.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. I just didn't want to cut you off.
No, it's okay.
Okay, so I'll open up to questions from the board,
Yeah.
and then we'll hear our other input. Yes, Cindy.
Yep. Good morning, Mr. Bennett. I have a couple of questions.
Hey, happy Friday.
Same to you. In your statement, first of all, the details of the crime. You brought a gun to a bar at the request of a friend, and then that friend shot and killed 3 people, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in your statement, in your application, you say you weren't near the bar when the shootings occurred.
Correct.
That doesn't match the criminal complaint. That says,
No.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I left and came back.
Right.
But I don't know what was going on. I didn't know what was actually going on during the time I hid the gun.
But when you came back to the bar, to the scene of the crime, and the person who shot and killed those 3 people got in your car, you didn't see people, dead bodies on the sidewalk? You didn't see the crime scene?
I was not in front where the stuff took place. When the guy got into the car with me, how can I put this? I'm sorry. They bring back bad memories.
Sure.
Okay. I was young. Guy got in the car, so-called one of your buddies or friends, and nervous. I had my girl in the car, and he got in the car, and next thing I know, everything happened so fast. All I know is I just had to get out. He said, hide his gun or else. And now I'm nervous, and then they're talking about killing, hear chatter. You hear somebody talking about killing somebody, or talking about, hey, can we trust you and this and that. And I just wanted to get out the situation, so I hid the gun. So this way, I hid the gun.
Okay.
I did hit the gun. So therefore, and the guy came back, and they threatened me, and I get the gun back. So therefore, moving forward, that's why I came and took a plea deal and told the police my story and everything. I cooperated because I didn't want nothing more to do with the whole situation.
Okay. Thank you for that. My second question is, and you may have, if you were listening earlier, may have heard me ask another applicant this, but as part of the application process, people are asked to submit letters of support for their pardon, and you chose not to submit any letters. Can you tell us why not?
I thought it was sent in. I had help on to get everything together.
Hey, I got to interrupt real quickly. If there were letters, he did submit letters to me. If I did not submit them, that's on me. And I thought I included everything.
Mr. Connors, and just to clarify, you're Mr. Bennett's attorney?
I am.
Okay.
That's on me. I'm sorry. I could go through the file again and see. I thought I did. I made some mistakes within the pardon itself. There were some delays. If I did not submit the letters, that's on me. The letters that I did have in the file were letters from employers saying what kind of employee he was, et cetera. Some of the volunteer work that he was doing, some of the work that he was doing with the youths. I don't know if there's any mechanism within the pardon board that I could submit these letters within a couple days of the hearing today for further consideration, but it sounds like that was on me. Sorry about that.
You can read them. Okay, Mr. Connors, we'll have someone from my team email you, and if you can get those scanned in and sent to us, the board can review those as well. Thank you.
All right, my apologies again, folks.
Cindy, I'm sorry, did you have other questions? Okay. Other questions from the board? Jerry?
Mr. Bennett, the DA's office in Milwaukee County reviewed your application for a pardon, and they support your getting a pardon. It'll be up to Governor Evers, but how does that support make you feel?
It makes me feel good that knowing I can do a better job to show the youth that you can change, that you're able to do better and have a second chance. Just my what I teach them is always a second chance. It's easy to get into a situation. It's hard to get out. So think about your actions before you do anything. And that's what I'm teaching them at the moment, to do better and think and try to, if you need help, find a way to get out, and find out somebody that you could trust,
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the board before we hear from Ms. Gillespie? No, okay. So at this point, Ms. Gillespie, we're gonna hear from you. I know that you provided some written input to the board as well through the victim input process, but we're very pleased to give you an opportunity to speak today, so we'll turn it over to you.
I just want to say to Robert, my hope for you is a blessed and prosperous future, and I hope you're granted your pardon.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Gillespie. Any remaining questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Bennett. That covers everything then. Appreciate your time and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you too.
Thank you. All right, our next applicant is Richard Look. Mr. Look.
Hello.
Good morning, Mr. Look.
Good morning.
We're ready to hear from you if you're ready.
I'm ready.
Read your statement.
Oh, I was in Milwaukee County in 1979 on my way down to Florida, and I ended up getting into a car accident and totaled my car out, and I got kind of stranded in Cudahy. And I didn't know what, that I am so confused. I'm sorry. But this has been going on for 46 years, and I wake up pretty much every morning thinking about Marvin C. Holtz, who was the judge that I had to go in front of. And I did something really stupid. I tried holding up a Speedway gas station with a broken Daisy BB gun, and Karen Henneman was the girl behind the counter. And fortunately, I was able to talk to her after this was all over, but she took my BB gun away from me. And when she came in to identify me, she told the DA or whoever we were talking to that I stood in the door and asked politely 8 or 9 times to get my BB gun back, but she wouldn't give it to me. And I ended up going to jail for 14 days with murderers, and that was really hardcore. And then I went in front of Judge Marvin C. Holtz, who had a guy named Stawicki had raped and murdered 8 girls, and Judge Seraphim had sentenced him to like $1 million, no 10%. He wasn't going to get out, and Stawicki got a retrial with Judge Holtz and he was able to bail himself out. And he went up to Antigo and raped and murdered the 9th girl. And a sad situation I got caught up in. I had my Uncle Frank Look, who was a detective, in court with me. I didn't even know he was going to show up. I had no clue. But when we walked out of the courtroom, it was the worst case of justice he had ever seen. And I had to deal with it. But my main thing was I lived with migraine headaches since 2nd grade. I got hit in the head with a swing and a brain concussion, skull fracture, and migraine headaches. I had Anacin tins in my pocket from then on. And when I was in Milwaukee, I didn't have insurance or anything, no Social Security, nothing to help me out. So I had to go see a psychiatrist to get help. And he put me on a medication. It's called Cafragot. And and for the first time in 19 years, I didn't have a migraine. Prior to that, there wasn't 3 days. And altogether, I lived for 45 years with migraines. My mom got migraines. And July 29th, 1967, I was in a car accident. I was knocked out for 9 days, 5 bones broke in my back. My left femur was broke. I spent months in the hospital. I didn't know I was in an accident. When I woke up, I was at St. Mary's Mayo Clinic in Rochester. And after I got out, I came back up to Wisconsin. Well, I was sentenced to 6 months in Milwaukee County Jail and 2 years probation. And I got in a situation in the House of Corrections with this person who was laying across the bunk and said, "Hey, white boy, come here." And I said, "What's going on?" And he said, "You saw me beating on your locker with the broom yesterday." And I said, "Yeah, what I was supposed to do about it?" And I said, "I didn't care that you stole everything in my locker." I said, "But you didn't have to steal my toothbrush and toothpaste." And my brother totaled out a van, and I was allowed to go back home to the resort to help my folks. I should have started with that. My dad bought a resort in 1959, and I was going to grade school. First, I was going to first grade school at St. James Catholic Church or Catholic School on Highway 41. And
Mr.
then we
Lynch,
moved.
I don't want to interrupt you, but I think you've told us quite a bit about kind of what led to the offense and the offense itself. Can you tell us a little bit about what you've done since the offense? Because it does not seem like you have an extensive criminal history after this. Something obviously changed in your life. Can you tell us about what you did after your conviction and your sentence?
I tried every kind of work I could. I bartended, and I worked for Fuzzy Thurston Left Guard in Eau Claire for a while. I locked the last door of Wagner Bowling Alley before it burnt. I believe that was in '76. And I worked at my parents' resort whenever they needed, like Friday night fish fries and that sort of thing. And
are you employed now or are you retired?
I am so crippled I can't even cover myself up. My shoulders, I have arthritis through my whole body. And I want to thank Arana. She works for the governor's office, because I didn't get the papers until December 14th, so I didn't have time to get them signed and sent back. So she called Milwaukee and found out that all the other attorneys or whoever was involved got the papers. So she told me I didn't have to do anything further, and that made me feel good in itself. But it's, I had rode a Greyhound bus down to see Tommy Thompson when he was in office, and his pardon committee didn't think I had just cause or reason to have a conviction returned. And I'm still trying to imagine the reason for me getting a pardon, because I can't work. I wished I could, but what I do is I live in an 8-room or 8-apartment complex, and there's no security here. Being a felon, I would like to have my Second Amendment rights restored. So there could be some protection for these people. I do what I can driving people to Eau Claire or wherever for doctor's appointments or groceries, whatever anybody needs. I try to be a good person and help them out.
Thank you, Mr. Look. I want to see if other board members have questions for you. Board members? Reverend Hancock. Oh, you're muted.
Just to let you know, the judge and DA in Milwaukee County reviewed your application for a pardon and they support it. I just wanted you to know that.
Oh, I can't tell you how excited I was when I got the letter.
Good. Any other questions from the board? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Look. Appreciate your time today.
I have one more thing, can I say?
Yeah, absolutely.
I was born on Milwaukee Avenue in South Milwaukee, January 2nd, 1952, and I'm Milwaukee County's first New Year's baby.
Congratulations. That is quite an honor.
I've got to live with it.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Look. Hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you.
Our next applicant is Stacy Johnson. Mr. Johnson, we're ready to hear from you. Mr. Johnson, we have a Samsung phone that's in the Zoom. Seems likely that might be you. If you're able to unmute and confirm, that would be great.
Hello?
Mr.
Can you hear
Johnson?
me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out how to start the video.
There we go.
Oh, you can see me?
We can.
Okay. I'm Stacy Johnson, and I have 3 felonies, and all 3 were gun cases. I didn't commit a crime with the guns or anything. Each time I had them in my home, and it was years ago, and I did my time for all 3 times. I did time for them. And since I've been out, I worked at the Titan Community Center for 12 years. And then after that, that's when I caught my 3rd gun case. And then I went to prison, did 2 years. And I was gonna get out. They was waiting on me to come home because they was gonna give me my job back. But I started having complications because I was a diabetic, type 1 diabetes. I had type 1 diabetes and I had a kidney disease. Now I received a kidney and pancreas transplant. So now I'm not working, I'm disabled. And that's about it. Since then, I just been, my son is my PCW. He been helping taking care of me. I take about 26 pills a day. So if my voice sound like it's dragging, I just took my medicine about an hour ago and it's starting to kick in a little bit. And I've been talking to my family. We came up with doing something for the community. That's the reason I want the pardon. I asked for the pardon is because I thought about, how I was when I was young. I want to try to do something in my community for the younger kids and, keep them out of trouble, try to be their mentor and stuff like that and try to teach them, let them know what I went through, that they shouldn't have to go through it and give them something to do besides being in the streets. I'm trying to keep it brief as possible. So basically, excuse me, that's about it. If you have any questions, I can just answer the questions.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Cindy, let's start with you.
Yep. Good morning, Mr. Johnson.
Good morning.
We see a lot of applicants that commit crimes in their youth. And your first one was when you were 22, but you had 3 weapons charges that span 20 years.
Yeah.
Last when you were 43. Why did it take you so long to modify your behavior and become law abiding?
Well, the last gun, I was a little scared because I had two friends, one killed the other, and I used to be with one of them, and I was getting a lot of threats. I called the police, and one time I talked to them, and they were supposed to got back with me. They never did, so I called them back, and then they had me on hold for a couple hours, and then I finally talked to a cop, and he told me if something happens to call him, and I'm steady telling him, what if it's too late? What if I can't call you and something happened to me? I was a little discouraged, and I end up having a gun in my house for protection because a couple of times somebody would beat on my door, and when I come to the door, nobody was there. It kind of scared me a little bit, and I made the wrong decision.
Okay. My second question
Uh-huh.
is, and you may have heard me ask previous applicant this, but as part of the process, we encourage people to submit letters of support. And you're asking to be pardoned for 3 serious weapons-related felonies, and you didn't submit any letters of support. Can you tell us why not?
Letters of support.
Yes.
Well, at the time, I was going through a few surgeries, and with my eyes and stuff, I done had a couple of surgeries on my eyes, and I was getting help doing the pardon. So the person that helped me, maybe I don't know why he or her. I had 2 people helping me. They never mentioned me to do nothing like that. I didn't know.
Okay, thank you.
Because I would have had a lot of people that support me to write letters and stuff, but I didn't know.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay, I think that covers it, Mr. Johnson. I appreciate your time with the board, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, our last applicant of the morning session is Jeremy Liam. Mr. Liam?
Liam, yes.
Great, we'll turn it over to you.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for this opportunity. The felony that I'm requesting a pardon for happened shortly after high school. I believe a few months, I believe it was. Summer after graduation. Essentially what took place was I went over to a buddy's house that I hung out with back in the day, and when I got to his place, he said that, would you like to go get some free oil? And me being the dumb, stupid kid that I was back then, of course, I said, sure. So we wound up driving over to a storage building that housed Chippewa Valley Technical College. It was a shed where I sat in the truck, and he tried to break the lock off. This went on for a little while, and I was just about getting ready to leave, and he got the lock open. And of course, the old saying, curiosity killed the cat, perked my interest, and I went in there and I saw 4 car tires, and I grabbed those, and we went on our merry way. And then that was pretty much what the felony was about, was burglary to a building or dwelling. And then since my conviction when I was 18, I've done my best to turn my life around and better myself. Over the last 28 years, I've received employment positions with increasing amounts of responsibility. For the last 8 years, I have had the privilege of living many children's dreams of being a locomotive engineer with high levels of responsibility and care. I am heavily involved in my union and a proud member of the union. I attend meetings over 2 hours away when I'm not working, and am sure to pass this information on to my union brothers and sisters if they were not able to attend the meeting. I am incredibly lucky to be a father of 3 daughters. My oldest daughter's mom passed away a few years ago, and I have stepped up in supporting her and chasing her dreams of becoming a registered nurse. She is currently able to live independently as a CNA, and throughout finishing her high school career, she was a high achieving student. My younger 2 daughters are still in school. I'm involved in their school, after school activities as much as I am able to due to the limitations of my conviction. I want to be able to do more, chaperone their field trips, volunteer at some of their activities, and support them in their ventures more than I am able to do this now. I am engaged in the community around me. My wife loves to joke that no matter where we go, I always run into somebody I know. Checking in to see how they're doing. I see someone struggling, I'm the first to offer help. My wife is a mental health therapist. She is one of the many reasons, or I'm sorry, my wife, a mental health therapist, says it is one of the many reasons she married me. Overall, I have worked tirelessly to support my family, and I want to be able to do more. I'm asking for this pardon from this felony due to a desire to be able to be more active with my kids as well as the community around me. I made a mistake at 18, stealing 4 car tires that cost a minimal amount of money compared to the cost of the conviction. My family and friends say that I am not the same person I was 28 years ago. I have grown, matured, and I want to be able to do more. The weight of the felony charge has stopped me from being able to do many things that I had thought I would and could be doing when I was younger. I made a mistake and completed the consequence. And we'll open it up for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Liam. Questions from the board? Judge Gremmers.
Good morning, sir. Looks like you, this occurred in 1998, and then you had a felony charge of second-degree sexual assault of a child that was reduced to 2 counts of fourth-degree sexual assault that you were convicted of. What was that about?
That was me having an underage relationship with I believe she was 15 or 16. Essentially, it was I touched her breasts and I slapped her butt, and that was all that took place in there.
She was 15 or 16 and you were 20?
Yes.
Right. And then in 2003, you had a battery conviction. What was that about?
2003. Remember.
You were also charged with disorderly conduct and bail jumping. Those charges were dismissed and read in, but you were convicted of the battery.
I believe 2003 was my oldest daughter's mom had gotten, she had went out and gotten drunk and started a fight with me. And we had an argument and the cops showed up. And I believe, if I remember correctly, I was carrying an air conditioner out of the apartment that we shared, and she pushed me down and I grabbed her arm and left a red mark on her arm. And that's where the disorderly conduct came in.
No, it was battery. You were charged with battery.
I believe it was reduced
to battery. I mean, 2 counts.
I believe,
2 counts of battery.
I believe that was reduced to a disorderly conduct.
No, 2 counts of battery. The disorderly conduct was dismissed and read in, at least according to the records we have.
Okay.
There was a disorderly conduct later in 2012. That may be what you're thinking of, Mr. Liam.
That could be.
Yeah. So what about the battery?
That would have stemmed from the argument with my oldest daughter's mom.
Okay. Because there's a 2007 aggravated battery that was ultimately dismissed. Is that also with her?
2007, yeah, it would have been.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Cindy?
Yeah, I just want to follow up on Judge Kremers. Looks like 2011, you had negligent operation of a motor vehicle?
Yeah, I was ice fishing on the lake, and I got my truck stuck on Middle Eau Claire Lake in, I believe it's Washburn County.
Okay. And you may have heard me ask previous applicants this, Mr. Liam, but applicants are encouraged to submit letters of support, and you chose not to submit any letters. Can you tell us why not?
Everybody that knows about my felony, I no longer associate with, as far as friends. So I chose just to try to do this on my own.
Yeah. Well, the letters are helpful to us, not to have people from your past write to us, but to have people from right now. So you want us to see who you are today, not who you were when you committed this felony. And
Well,
neighbors, friends, family, employers. That all helps us paint a picture of who are you today.
okay, that makes sense. I can tell you that, from basically my work history of starting off as a general labor operator and moving my way up the food chain, to ultimately an operations supervisor and then up to a locomotive engineer, where the responsibilities that I have is to drive freight trains, class 1 freight trains, with anything from frac sand or sandbox sand all the way up to spent nuclear fuel. So I believe that just the gravity of the responsibility of that in itself paints a decent picture for me.
Thank you.
Reverend Hancock.
I know it gets a little confusing, but in 2012, there were in Chippewa County, you apparently paid a fine for disorderly conduct, but that was dismissed and read in on a misdemeanor battery, domestic abuse, and criminal damage to property, domestic abuse. What was that all about?
That was my ex-wife and I. We got into an argument, and we had both been drinking, and then I had bought her a cell phone that I ultimately broke, and that's where that stemmed from.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Liam, just one more incident that I wanted to ask you about that I don't think we've covered. There was a 2006 felony child abuse charge. It got dismissed, but could you just tell us what happened there?
Essentially, what happened there was social services had got involved with my daughter, and they thought that I was abusing my daughter when I was not. And once I completed everything that they requested that I complete with parenting classes and everything else, the DA ultimately dismissed the charges outright.
Okay, so was that like a deferred prosecution agreement?
No, he wasn't aware that I completed everything. Otherwise, Mr. Newell said he wouldn't have even brought the charges forward.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the board for Mr. Liam? All right, thank you for your time this morning, Mr. Liam. Appreciate it, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. You as well.
Okay. So that was our last applicant of the morning session. So at this point, I will entertain a motion to move into closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statute section 19.85 sub 1 sub A sub D and sub F for purposes of deliberations concerning specific cases before the board, considering specific applications, and considering financial, medical, social, or personal histories of specific persons. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Judge Kremers, do I have a second? Cindy, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries, and board members will ask for just a moment to stop our live stream. Joining us from the waiting room, we're going to get started in just a minute. We just need to get everyone connected and get our live stream going. Okay, I think we have everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Mel Barnes. I'm Chief Legal Counsel to Governor Evers and Chair of his Pardon Advisory Board. I'm going to introduce my fellow board members, then go through a couple of housekeeping items about how this afternoon's hearing will work, and then we'll get started hearing from all of you. So with us in the Zoom, we have board member Judge Jeffrey Kremers, who is AG Call's nominee to this board. He served as a Milwaukee County Circuit Court judge for 26 years, including serving as chief judge for 7 of those years before retiring in 2018. We have board member Cindy O'Donnell, who served as the Deputy Secretary of the Department of Corrections under Governors Thompson, McCallum, and Doyle. She also served as a division administrator under Attorneys General Lautenschlager and Van Hollen. And we have board member Reverend Jerry Hancock, who is the director of the Prison Ministry Project. He previously served as a public defender, a deputy district attorney, and as an administrator for the Department of Justice's Division of Law Enforcement Services. And finally, we have board member Professor Eric Liberator, who teaches paralegal students from around the world in the University of Cincinnati's online program. He previously served as a supervising attorney at Disability Rights Wisconsin, where he focused on public benefits eligibility, and in the governor's office. So just a couple of housekeeping notes about how today's hearing will work. One, please remember that today's hearing is being live streamed on YouTube. For that reason, we're going to ask you to turn your camera off and keep yourself muted until it is your turn to be heard by the board. That will allow us to focus on the person presenting and make sure that we can hear folks clearly. If you do have any IT issues with Zoom, don't worry. Someone from my team will give you a call. We will troubleshoot, help you figure it out. And if it means that we need to come back to you because Zoom isn't cooperating when it's your turn, we can certainly do that. Otherwise, we're going to call on folks in the order listed in the open meeting notice and the agenda. And then each applicant will have about 5 minutes total with the board. We'll ask you to spend the first 3 of those minutes speaking to the questions that you were sent in advance of today's hearing. As a reminder, those are to 1, please give us a brief summary of your offense and how your sentence went. We're not here to retry the crime. You don't need to minimize your involvement. We just want to hear from you in your own words what happened. 2nd, to give us a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, including community involvement, employment, essentially where you're at now and how your life is different than the time of your offense. And 3rd, a brief statement about why you think you should receive a pardon from the governor and why you're seeking one. Once you've spent about 3 minutes speaking to those questions, we'll open it up to other questions the board may have for you. Don't read too much into it either way. If we do or don't have questions for you, we've spent quite a bit of time with your application materials, and as you know, there's a lot there. But if we do have questions, we want to make sure that we get to those so that the board can make a thorough recommendation to the governor. Once you're done with any follow-up questions that we have for you, you're welcome to sign off and leave the Zoom hearing. And once everyone's been heard, the board will meet in closed session to decide whether or not to recommend your application to the governor for a pardon. You need a majority support of board members present in order for your application to be sent on to Governor Evers, who will then make a final decision about whether or not to grant you a pardon. Either way, you'll hear about the outcome of today's hearing about a month to 2 months from today. We know you've been really patient just to get to the hearing, and we thank you for bearing with us just a little bit longer so that we can make those thorough recommendations to the governor. And with that, we are ready to get started with our afternoon applicants. First up is Samuel Markham. Mr. Markham.
Hey there, can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay. Thanks for the opportunity today to talk. Back in 2011, I was convicted of burglary, stole an Xbox, went in through an air conditioner with a buddy, and was using the money to buy prescription drugs, like Oxycontin was popular back then. I did jail time. I moved up here to Minnesota with my sister, with my niece and nephew. Completed my probation, did Rule 25 drug and alcohol assessments, and been sober for 10 plus years. Since the completion, I've coached my stepson in football, 2 seasons. I got married in 2019 and still married. As far as work, I did a lot of landscaping when I moved up here for like 5 years. I also did 5 years of concrete, and then decided my body wasn't I didn't like doing that much anymore. So I've had my CDL for 13 years now. So I started driving for a company and then decided I'm gonna go on my own, and I bought my own semi, and this 2026 will be 5 years in business. I did side dumping, and now I'm actually hauling. I got my hazmat endorsement, and I'm hauling petroleum fuel for Quick Trip, but through a broker, or Quick Trip brokers us. So been doing that ever since, and that's great. I bought a house in 2018 that I sold this early this year because I bought 6 acres of land that I'm building a barn dominium on for my business and my house. Just city doesn't really like semis on the road, so I decided just to, move out, and my business I want to expand too. So 6 acres of land right outside of town, so it's out where you can do pretty much make noise and whatever. The reason why I think I should get a pardon is I'm no longer the person that I was. And I've kind of missed out some volunteer opportunities with the school, like taking on field trips and stuff, because they do background checks and they saw, you know, burglary on there. They don't want anybody coming with or whatever. So it kind of sucks to tell a 6 and 7-year-old, kind of beat around the bush, but tell me you can't go. The other thing is me and my father growing up and my brother used to do a lot of hunting. And ever since that, you know, I moved up here, we haven't been able to really do that just because they know of the circumstances. And my 6 acres has a lot of like hunting potential, and I'd love to teach my stepson and have my dad come up here to the land and, you know, just kind of be how it used to be. So, but I appreciate the opportunity to talk today. And if you got any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Markham. Board members, questions? Jerry.
Mr. Markham, the district attorney in Rock County reviewed your application for a pardon and supports your getting a pardon. Now, Governor Evers will make the final decision, but how does the support of the district attorney make you feel?
And, you know, when I got that back in the mail, I was actually surprised. And I mean, when they read my story and whatever, I was actually thinking, well, you know, I'm not as surprised, but it's nice to know that somebody sees it in my eyes and thinks that, you know, I'm a good candidate and, you know, that I've changed.
Good, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right. Thank you, Mr. Markham. That covers everything from us. Appreciate your time this afternoon. I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thanks, you too.
Thank you. Next up, we have Holly Breachin. Ms. Breachin?
Hi. Hi, my name is Holly Breckeen. First, I want to thank each and everybody for listening to my thing here and just having the opportunity to be able to do this. I'm extremely grateful for that. A little bit of background before I begin, not to make excuses, but so that you know where my head was at the time. I was born and raised in East Tennessee. Met my son's father down there while working in a family business, renovating a hotel. We became pregnant, and when our son was almost 1.5 years, we moved to Wisconsin. He had a lot more family, extended family up there to help us out with the new baby. Both of my parents were orphans, and my dad died at 17, so it was just my mom and my brother as far as extended family. So we moved. After about 1.5 years, my son's father and we separated. I didn't have any friends or family up there, and I broke the law by going back to Tennessee to try to get venue changed to Tennessee. But I broke the law by taking my son across the state lines. I was given 3 years probation, which I successfully completed with no issues. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. I started counseling, which I stayed in for many years. Just actually reached out to her the other day. Still stay in contact just in case for maintenance. 2018, I started part-time at Fox Valley Tech, pursuing a business degree. I graduated at the end of December 2023 with honors. I also received an award called Achievement Against the Odds. They think I was going to make it. It was a plaque and $500 and a fancy dinner for that. During that time, I held employment at a landscaping company until about August of this year. I started working out in 2022, and by 2024, I earned 2 professional statuses in the bodybuilding. January of this year, I started for a massage therapist. I graduated that in August. Since my conviction, I've volunteered at the Harbor House in Appleton, domestic abuse center. I did everything from painting, fixing their wallpaper, cleaning, and then I started a little workout group for the ladies there. I made a little flyer. And then I'm asking for this pardon because I've completely turned my life around since then. I was denied a caregiving job to kind of just like help elderly get groceries, stuff like that, because of it. I'm also waiting, although I've graduated and completed the therapeutic massage program. I'm still waiting to make sure they haven't gotten back to me. They're still doing the background check and everything. So I'm sorry I broke the law. I'm happy I've learned from it though. And thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Brackeen. Questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Are you now living in California?
Yes, sir.
And what's up with your son?
Well, about the last 4 years, I have had majority custody. His father and I finally actually have really good co-parenting, but he was out of town so much. I moved him to a great big brand new school a couple of years ago, and so I could do school and work. So it would only be, right down the road rather than driving 2 hours. He used to be in Waiawega school. It was a long drive for us. He started doing not the greatest in everything. He missed his old team from Waiawega, and he just couldn't acclimate to the new school. I told him if he completed this last year and did his best, that he could finish out his last 2 years at his old school, staying back with his dad more. His dad's going to not be out of town so much. And so that's what we did. And he's extremely happy now. He can wrestle. He wasn't going to be able to do that in the school that I had put him in. And we're going to go visit my mom for Easter. And then he's going to come out here during the summer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Ms. Brackeen. I think that covers everything. Appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, our next applicant is Spring L. Miller. And Ms. Miller, I'm just going to note that Professor Liberator is going to recuse himself from your application, so you'll see him go off camera and won't participate in questioning for that reason.
Can you hear us?
We can.
Okay. Can you see us?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Good afternoon, members of the board. Thank you very much for this opportunity to do this hearing. My offense was issuance of worthless checks. I was sentenced to 2 years probation. I completed and was discharged from my probation. Since my being discharged, I have kept a full-time job. I've started college classes. I am 1 semester away from having my degree in criminal justice. I have taken self-reliance classes through my church, emotional resilience, and personal finance. And through my church, I do a lot of volunteer work, such as making birthday boxes for shut-ins, and I help clean the church on a regular basis. I have learned my lesson from doing this crime, and plan on never, ever breaking the law again. I have surrounded myself with positive people that only influence me for the good. If I am granted this pardon, I would like to finish my degree and possibly become a case manager for people that are coming out of jails or are going down the same roads that I have gone down, and I can hopefully be an example that you can be a better person if you work on it. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Questions from the board? Judge Grumers.
Good afternoon, Ms. Miller. I have some questions. It looks like in 2010, you had an unsatisfied civil judgment in Adams County for about $5,200, and another one in 2011 for $759. Do you still owe those?
Those are not me.
That's not
That
you.
one is- Yeah, that is some other person with the same name. They have Spring M. Miller. I'm Spring L. Miller.
Okay. And then what about 2008, a retail theft conviction? Is that you?
I don't believe, no.
Okay. Your probation that you got on this from the 2007 case, that one, it looks like you still owe about $3,700 on that. Is that,
I'm making payments slowly but surely.
are you on some kind of a payment plan, or are you just doing that on your own?
I'm doing it on my own.
Okay, so what do you think the balance is right now?
I don't even know. I send money when I can. Right now, it's like I've dealt with a lot of stuff going on this last year, but
Okay,
I'm trying.
all right. And was that why your probation was extended in 2010 because you hadn't
Yes.
paid everything off?
Yes.
But ultimately they discharged you and
Mhm.
with you still owing the money, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Ms. Miller, just to follow up, I know you don't know the exact balance, but do you have an idea of how long you expect it'll take you to pay off your restitution and court fees?
Right now, I'm working at a job that doesn't pay very much, so I'm in a situation right now that I really don't have money to be paying for it right now. But hopefully, like, things will get better for me and, I can start even more, so.
Okay, understand. Other questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Ms. Miller, when you wrote these checks, were you homeless at the
I was
time?
staying with a friend of mine, so yes and no. It was a bad person to be around. She was the one that gave me the idea, and I decided, okay, I'm going to do this. And yes, I was homeless at the time, but I was staying at her house. So
Okay. And you said that you wrote these checks to purchase clothing and Christmas gifts for your 3 daughters.
yes,
How are they doing?
my kids.
Yeah.
My oldest daughter now lives in Tennessee. She's doing amazing. My 2 other kids are with me still. They're doing pretty good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else from the board? Right, thank you, Ms. Miller. That covers it from us. Appreciate
Thank
your
you very
time and
much.
hope you enjoy your weekend.
You too.
Great. Next up, we have Michelle Kiefer. Ms. Kiefer? Oh, we can see you, we can't hear you.
Oh, push the wrong button, sorry.
There we go.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
go right ahead.
I would like to thank you all for this opportunity. And the crime I committed was theft of movable property, party to a crime. I was working as an accounts payable person at a trucking company. One of the owner operators at the time, seeing him all the time, we became friends. He was talking about how he needed money and said, well, if I provide you bills of lading to pay him for delivery of loads that he did not do, he would split it with me and blah, blah. And well, needless to say, I did do that. And the money that he did give me, I can tell you that I did not spend any of it, because as soon as we went in for conviction, I paid it all back right away. I didn't spend any of it. Learned from that mistake. That is something you do not do. Since then, I live in northern Wisconsin now. At the time, I was down in southern Wisconsin. I have had only 2 jobs in that last 23 years. One was for 12 years at Coldwell Banker Realtors. And then I left there because my father got diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. I took a month off of work and to help him with that, and then went to a different real estate company, which I am currently at for almost 11 years now. In the both jobs, I have been doing all the accounting, all the accounts payable. Once I'm done with it, it then goes to a different accountant. So everything is overseen. Everything has been down to the penny. Nothing has been missing. I learned from that mistake never to do that again. I also, every Wednesday, I go to the food pantry in Rhinelander and I volunteer, depending on what they have. It's 2 hours to 5 hours. Excuse me. The reason I would like a pardon is I live in the township of Peel, and in the 38 square miles, there are about 90 people that live here. Not all of them are full-time, and they desperately need help in the clerk's office, town treasurer, which I would be more than happy to do, seeing as I live not even a mile away from the town hall. As it is this year, we still have not even received our 2025 property tax bills yet. So I know they are far behind and need lots of help. So that is one thing I would like it for, so that I can help back the town. And the other one is so that I've been in real estate for 23 years now, that I can go back and get my real estate license back again. I, at work, take care of all the closings, all the offer to purchases, go through listings, but having that license would allow me to help a little bit more within the company and the broker owner that I work for, if I have to, run out on a showing or something like that, something that I do need to be licensed for. Those are the two big major things that I really wanted for. And I would really like to do it for the township, because in 13, 14 years ago, I totaled the truck. I was avoiding somebody that was coming at me, went to the side of the road, couldn't keep control of the truck, flipped it 3 times, went out through the windshield, broke 14 bones. And everybody that was in the town, I was only a few miles from home, was so kind, giving, caring, and everything, that I would just really like to help work for the town, take care of stuff that they need there to give back.
Thank you, Ms. Kiefer. We can open up to
Thank
other
you.
questions from the board. Yeah, okay. Board members? Yeah, Jerry.
Oh, Cindy.
Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. Everyone's moved around on my screen. Cindy?
That's okay. Good afternoon, Ms. Kiefer. A couple of questions. You submitted letters of support, but they're all dated from 2003 to 2010. They're very old letters.
I didn't get any newer ones. I don't know why. Part of it is I'm embarrassed for what I did. And I guess when I was going through and doing this stuff, I didn't know who to ask. I don't know.
Okay. You appeared before the board previously in 2022 and were denied. And you spent quite a bit of time in your application speculating on why you were denied.
Yes.
And so I want to ask about the gun.
Sure.
At the time, I went back and looked at my notes from that hearing, and at the time, what I jotted down was, at the time you were talking about it, you said, well, I'll sit down with a firearm, but I don't shoot them. So let me ask you just directly, do you have any firearms?
Yeah.
Where are you at with that?
No, there's no firearms here.
Okay. And you say the
No.
photo previously was an airsoft?
Yeah, that was once left or was done with that, I was slightly confused. Scrolled through, found a picture, and it was actually an old picture. Just from looking at it, I could tell from looking at what I looked like. And that was at my dad's house before he moved up here, before he retired. He lived down there. It was my brother's gun. And my brother does, yes, it's I don't know exactly what they are. They're kind of like paintball guns.
Yeah.
But it shoots little tiny white like BBs or plastic ball things, and they do look like guns. Well, I wanted to see through because they were talking about, well, no, look, you can see, and I'm like, well, you can see what? So I wanted to see what they could see through the scope.
Okay.
And as I also explained in the application, the reason I'm here is because I have a brother who died before me. His name was Michael. That's why I'm Michelle. He died from a gunshot wound. So I can't say that I hate guns, but I don't like them. There's just something harboring in me that, stay away. They can do bad things.
Okay, thank you.
He was only 4.5 when he died.
I'm sorry about that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Other questions from the board? All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Kiefer. Appreciate your time with the board today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Anthony Howard. Mr. Howard.
Hello,
Hello.
can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Hey, how you doing? Happy holidays, everybody. Well, I'm gonna keep it brief because I stayed in Wisconsin almost 25, 27 years ago with my father. And when I caught this case, I was like 16. I'll be 39 this Sunday now, so it's like pretty old. It hasn't really held me back now because I've been at the same job at working for Hilton downtown Drake Hotel for the past 17 years. Next year be 18 years. Actually parked outside the job now because I started at 2 p.m. So, yeah, like I said, it really hasn't been a burden to me with the felony on my background because I was so young when it happened. But I've been consistent, stayed out of trouble, haven't caught a case. The only thing, probably a couple parking tickets. That's about it. But other than that, I very much will appreciate the pardon just to get off my background. Like I just had to start looking into it years ago because it was just coming up randomly, not with jobs or anything, just something just to think about. So I had to start putting the footwork in myself to get it expunged. But like I said, it really hasn't held me back as far as adulthood and everything. I have 3 kids in the house now, so engaged, and that's about it. I don't want to tap along so farther, but yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Before I open up to other questions from the board, if you could spend just a little bit of time telling us about what happened with the offense itself when you were charged.
So the offense itself, I moved down there with my father, and he was a drug dealer. So after he had got locked up and he was arrested, so I wound up living with my auntie after he got arrested, and I just started following around the teenagers in the neighborhood, and I had a gun on me, and I wound up shooting myself with the gun. That's how I got caught with the gun. And so it was a self-inflicted wound, and once I caught the case, my mother found out about it, and I had to still appear in court in Wisconsin. So I was back and forth to Wisconsin after the injury, and once I got sentenced to probation, I told them that I really didn't have family in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. So they transferred my probation back to the Chicago area, which I completed in the Chicago area. And that's about it. And ever since then, I just been on the straight and narrow path.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Howard. I'll open up for other questions. Judge Gremmers?
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. So why did you have the gun in the first place?
I was running around with a bunch of guys from around the neighborhood or whatever, and just young dumb youth.
But you knew you couldn't have a gun, right?
Oh, for sure, for sure, for sure.
Because of your juvenile adjudication?
Yes.
So even if the governor even if this committee recommends a pardon and you were to get a pardon from the governor for this felony of felon in possession of a firearm, you'd still have the juvenile adjudication on your record. You still would be prohibited from having a firearm. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I'm not trying to own a firearm or nothing like that. So like I say, I've been on the straight and narrow for the past 20-some years, and I work for Hilton Drake Hotel downtown Chicago. I've been here 18 years now. So
okay, so I wanted to ask about that last comment about straight and narrow. It looks like you got arrested in 2006 for a delivery of controlled substance in Chicago, and you got put on probation. Is that right?
yes, that was me leading up. I had a warrant for this case in Wisconsin. That's how I got this case. That's how I got this case completed, because I got extradited back to Milwaukee for this gun case.
Right. But what was the Chicago case? That was for drug dealing. This is for having a gun.
Yeah.
What was the Chicago case about?
Possession of narcotics.
Okay, so you had a case in Chicago in 2006.
For
possession of cocaine with intent to deliver.
Yes.
Okay. And what happened with that case?
It was completed. It was completed and thrown out.
You completed some kind of probation and then they dismissed the case, which is what they do in Illinois in a lot of cases.
Yes.
So, okay. All right. Thank you.
No problem.
Other questions from the board? None. All right. Thank you, Mr. Howard. Covers everything from us then. Thank you for your time, and I hope you enjoy your weekend and
Thank you. You too.
enjoy your work shifts shortly.
Happy holidays, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Robert Erno. Mr. Erno?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, very good. My name is Robert Erno. Thank you for this opportunity. When I was a teenager, I was charged with terroristic threats. Among that was first-degree burglary, fifth-degree assault, and terroristic threats. I did 2-year probation. I think it was stayed. I did very well on probation. However, I was drinking and doing drugs. My recollection of the exact events will not be accurate. I'm certain of that. It was so long ago. But I do know that I went through probation very easily and very well while genuinely trying to get sober. I don't know if it says this, but I did just fine in probation, but I still couldn't stay sober. I continued to try to get sober and I continued to falter, and I went to treatment after I completed my probation many times. At the age of 23, I finally got sober and stayed. What I learned from the terroristic threats is my actions, my words do have an impact on others in a way I never did understand previous to that. Their perspective was that they were afraid for their life, and I did have no idea that I was creating that. And I carried that and still carry that for the rest of my life. When I got sober, when I was 23, straightened out my life. I did a lot better. I am an alcoholic. I am an addict. I have an addictive personality type. And in 2009, I was trying to figure out how to grow tomatoes, onions, green peppers, and potatoes all year round. I have this inherent need to have things cost less. So I tried to build a garden, and a friend of mine came over, saw that garden I had in my basement built, and planted a pot seed. And from that pot seed, I read a book and didactically created an entire pot farm out of my basement. And I got caught for that pot farm and charged with manufacturing THC. I believe it was my addictive personality type that drove that. I didn't sell it. I didn't smoke it. I had no interest in any of that. My interest was driven by my addictive nature to learn how to do this hydroponic work. It wasn't right. I shouldn't have never done it. I'm trying to learn. I continue actively in the program AA to work on my addictive personality type. And I've been sober now 27 years. Just 2 weeks ago, I got 27 years of sobriety. In my community, I am hardwired now to help people. I can't even drive down the road if someone's pulled over. I have to pull over and see if they're going to be okay. I plow snow when I'm laid off in winter. I'm a concrete mixer driver. And if I see someone that needs plowing out, I plow them out. I don't ask for money. I teach community education dance class. I've done it for the city of Superior, Wisconsin. I've done it for community education in Duluth, Minnesota. When I sobered up, I started learning to dance. It was another addictive personality type I had, and I got so consumed in that dancing that I learned how to teach it. I give that back to the community still today. I get laid off half the year, and in that time, I teach a free ballroom dance class. I will volunteer and help in any way I can. I did some college. I went to school, pre-law and philosophy, some political science. I wore a shirt and tie mostly until I was 30 years old. I cared for my dad after he had a stroke, and that took me away from going off to law school, and politics just wasn't for me. I did a little lobbying. It wasn't for me. I needed to work, so I got a Class A license, and that's what I've been doing since.
Thank you, Mr. Arno.
Yes.
Questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Yeah, I have a couple. We had a lot of letters of support, but I think this is the first one we've ever gotten from an elderly woman who thinks you're a great dancer. Tell me a little more about the dance class.
When I sobered up,
who's in the dance? Who do you teach dance to?
right now in my layoff, I teach dance to the community. I have a home in Gordon, Wisconsin. Solon Springs is about 8 miles down the road, and there is a place there for me to teach dance class. I started in the town hall here in Gordon and then found a different venue, and I just the people that go are just community people. I posted on community Facebook. I posted on community boards. It's just absolutely free. You should come have a good time with us.
Oh, well, thanks. The other thing, this garden you had with the plants.
Yes.
Why did you need a 12-gauge shotgun for that?
Okay. That, I don't know why they tried to put those things together. I found a very, very good deal on a shotgun. And as a felon, I was prior a felon. I knew I wasn't supposed to have a gun. I couldn't let that deal go by because I thought it was a really good deal. So I bought the gun. I bought a case. I bought bullets. I don't even know if I bought bullets, but I know if I did, I'm responsible enough to lock them. And then I hired an attorney immediately to see what it would take to be able to have that gun. That is why I'm on this path today.
Okay.
Previous to that gun, I had no interest in pardon. My life as a felon wasn't impacting me. Now I live with the thought, what is the outcome of finding out? And I've been thinking that for many years. I don't know. Again, thank you for the opportunity. And as a felon, that means forever. And I understand that.
Thank you.
But if there's a possibility, I should find out. And I've since taken the action steps toward finding out. I'm scared of today because this is the last action step I have. And then it's in your hands. I'm hopeful.
Other questions from the board? Judge Garbs.
Yes, I'm a little bit confused unless I missed something here. You started out talking about these terroristic threats case that was actually, as I understand it, a misdemeanor in Minnesota in 1994, if it's the one I'm reading about here.
Yes.
But you didn't talk at all about the burglary that you committed in 1997.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. The burglary in 1997. I would have a hard time recollecting. I have the file here. I could open it up and I could describe it. Could you give me any description of it at all?
You're asking for a pardon for the burglary.
Oh,
for 7
that was
and
party to a crime. I recall now. Thank you. I'm sorry I omitted that. It was not on purpose or my intention. I was still drinking then. I was the only person with a driver's license. There were 4 of us. I recall that a bit, and my recollection's not going to be very, very accurate, but I will do my best. We drove out into the country and we were drinking beers. We got drunk and decided to go for a ride. The 2 guys in the back knocked on the window. I had a pickup truck and I opened the sliding window and they said, "Stop right here." And they jumped out of the truck and they kicked in the door of this building, went inside, stole a bunch of things, threw them in the back of the pickup. And when I saw this was happening, I took off while they were still in process of this. They grabbed onto my truck, they pulled themselves in, went back to the place that we were partying, and I said, "Get out," threw the kid out, threw the stuff out, and that was the end of that. And that's where I got charged with party to a crime. I think I didn't recognize that that was a felon. I thought that was a misdemeanor. And with the terroristic threats being a misdemeanor, that charge is typically a felony. And I did carry that, and I do carry that for the rest of my life.
So
the party to, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I understand that. And then 13 years later, you have this grow operation in your basement that you say is just for sort of academic interest, if you will. But at some point, you saw this great deal on a shotgun and you bought the shotgun.
Yes.
Knowing you couldn't have a shotgun.
Correct.
And how long had you had the gun before the police came and did the search warrant in your house?
I don't exactly know, but I can tell you the time frame of when I hired a lawyer was immediate.
But how long had you had the shotgun before the police raided your house? Roughly 5 years, a year?
No, it would not be a year. I don't think it would be a year, because that is the same lawyer that I was actively involved with. So I asked him to do this case for me. He became my lawyer for the manufacturing THC because he was the lawyer I was in contact with about the gun. I'm surprised the gun gets brought up because that was a case I was bringing up to find out if it was okay for me to have. And I hired the lawyer for that to see what we could do about having that gun. And then my house was raided. The 2 things honestly have nothing to do with the other. I took gun safety when I was 12 years old, and I'm very responsible minded when it comes to gun ownership, but I haven't attempted to own a gun from the terroristic threats until I found that deal on this gun, and it had nothing to do with the manufacturing THC.
Okay, thank you.
I apologize. Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Erno. I think that covers everything from us. I appreciate your time and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
You too. Thanks so much. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Craig Sanders. Mr. Sanders?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
So my name is Craig Sanders, and I am seeking a pardon for felony theft from a person or a corpse. When I was 18, me and another guy made the poor decision to rob a restaurant he used to work at. When the employee came out with the money bags to take him to the bank, we ran up and I took the money bags out of his hands. We never physically touched the employee as we didn't want to hurt anybody. We just wanted money for, back then, pretty much just drugs and alcohol and the party. I was arrested the next day and was sentenced in March 2014 to 8 months in jail and 18 months of probation. I had no issues while on probation and completed that just fine. When I got out of jail in November of 2014, I ended up getting arrested again for drinking in December. After getting out for that, I moved to Madison to get away from the group of people I was hanging out with. I should actually say after that, when I moved away, I had no issues on probation and completed it. And then in January of 2015, My father was diagnosed with cancer and he died a month later. On his deathbed, I promised him I would change my life around. I haven't been in any trouble with the law since December of 2014. I have been clean from any drugs for 8 years and alcohol-free for 5 years in February. I am currently married and I have an amazing 4-year-old daughter and another kid on the way. I strive to be a better man every day as my family deserves nothing but the best from me. Since being out, I've held jobs doing window cleaning, working in management at grocery stores, and this year in March, I got a job working for the state of Wisconsin. My promise to my father of changing my life around won't ever be fully complete, as it's a never-ending journey to become a better person. But this pardon would be a significant step in putting my past fully behind me and giving me and my family more opportunities. I believe I should receive a pardon because the kid I was back then is not the man I am today. I have made significant changes to improve my life, and the pursuit to be better will never stop. I want to be able to give my family the best life they can have, and being able to put this behind me will allow me to further do that. That's really all I have, and thank you for allowing me this opportunity to be here today.
Thank you, Mr.
Sorry,
Sanders.
go ahead.
Questions from the board? Judge Kremers?
Good afternoon, sir. In 2012, you were convicted in Sauk County of a battery and disorderly conduct. What was that about?
Yeah, so that was there was a high school fight. I threw one punch in, and they got charged me with battery, and I was almost done on probation when I committed this felony.
Got it. And then the other question I have is, you said that you're the one that grabbed the money from the person, but you also said in the complaint you didn't get any money from this.
So yeah, because we were arrested the next day. So I grabbed the money bags, and the guy that I was with was faster than I was, a little bigger. So I gave them to him, and we ran separate directions, and I never really knew what happened with the money bags anyways.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Cindy?
What do you do for the state now?
Yeah, so I work at Mendota Mental Health, and my position is a psychiatric care technician. I work on the floor with the patients, and I do my part in helping them rehabilitate and eventually get out of there.
You like it?
Oh yeah, I love it a lot.
Yeah.
I should have got in here earlier. My father-in-law has worked there for 25 years and told me to apply, and I just decided to back in March. So it's changed my life significantly, and I'm glad I did it.
Good for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Reverend Hancock?
The victim here was a kid named Tyler Shanks. Did you know him before the robbery?
We went to high school together. I believe I had maybe a few conversations with him throughout school.
And did you have any contact with him after the robbery?
No, I didn't. I haven't.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Sanders. That covers everything from us then. Appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. You too. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next up, we have Kevin Keckever. Mr. Keckever.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. My name is Kevin Keckever. I just wanted to thank you guys for giving me this opportunity today and reviewing this. My two offenses I'm seeking a pardon for are manufacturing, distributing THC, and theft of movable property. During the times of these crimes, the manufacturing, distributing THC was kind of right out of high school. I was hanging around the wrong people. At the time, my girlfriend's brother was a drug dealer. My brother, who was older, was kind of into things. And at the time, I just kind of thought that was the cool thing to do. The theft of movable property, at the time, I would say I was not in the best state of mind as I was using drugs. Sorry. I was introduced to drugs by a family member, and at that time, I'd kind of do anything to help my addiction. I completed my sentencing and requirements by completing my probation period, completing my community service. I was also in a drug court program, which I completed. I've been clean for 9 years as of today. Today, I can say that I'm a different person. I'm a father of 3 kids. I am a husband. I own a house. I just started my own business 2 years ago. I'm a youth mentor. I do a welding. That's what I started for a business. I teach some local 4-H kids welding, basic safeties, and into the trades. I've developed and successfully ran my business. Yeah, let's see here. I'm seeking my pardon because I'd like to be able to, well, first I was asked one time by my kids to go on a field trip, and when I signed up for the field trip, I got denied because of it. Also, my son, who is 16, is interested in getting into hunting. Back when I was younger, I grew up hunting with my father. That's been something I haven't really been able to do since my charges. I've continued to bow hunt since then. But now that my son's older and wants to get into hunting, I'd enjoyed to be able to at least get back out there with my father and teach my son. So yeah, that, and just to be able to go on field trips with my kids and not have a reason to, or will not be able to have to tell them why I can't, pretty much. Yeah, that's it. Sorry for nervous.
Thank you, Mr. Keckever. That's fine. Questions from the board? Eric.
Good afternoon. Thank you for taking the time to talk with us today.
Thank you.
Congratulations on completing drug court. I did notice that after you completed drug court, there appeared to be a misdemeanor conviction for possession of drug paraphernalia. Is there anything that you'd be able to tell the board about that?
No, I was convicted. I got charged for marijuana after the fact. I believe, I don't know if that was after my drug court program or before. I'm trying to remember. But so my original thing started off was I had a broken femur, and that's kind of where my addiction started for pain management way back when, and kind of got out of hand since then. And marijuana was always something I kind of turned to help me. And then after drug court, I had some relapses. After that, I went on Vivitrol for 1 whole year and then had my daughter. And once I was on Vivitrol and had my daughter, that's what just changed my life. And my kids are just my life now.
Thank you for your answer.
Yep.
Cindy?
Yeah, I just want to follow on that because you said you've been clean for 9 years, but that.
Yeah. So my drug court program was about 10 when I graduated. And then the thing right around after, I think would put it at like 9 about.
Well, it shows a 2019 misdemeanor possession of drug paraphernalia. That's 6 years ago.
6. So trying to think here. That was after my drug program.
Yeah, you completed that in
So
2016.
So, all right. So my relapse, that would be, so 9 years from opiates, I guess I should say. And then 6 years since use of marijuana. I don't even drink alcohol anymore.
Okay. All right. Thanks for clarifying.
Yep. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Other questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
The judge who reviewed your application supports your getting a pardon. How does that make you feel?
That actually makes me feel really great. He was also my drug court judge and was just a really great guy, a really understanding guy, and really great to work with.
Good. Thank you.
That makes me feel really good.
Any other questions from the board? All right. Thank you, Mr. Keckever. Appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Yes, Merry Christmas, you guys. Thank you so much.
Next up, we have David Godluck. Mr. Godluck.
I'm here. Hello, my name is David Goodluck. I'm asking for a pardon for crimes in 1996, 2 burglaries of a dwelling and an operating without owner's consent. Basically, as an angry child, I wasn't hanging around the wrong people. I was the wrong person. I stole the car from my girlfriend's grandparents. I burglarized a candy store and an American Legion post. These crimes were a year apart, one in 96, one in 97. I was actually able to get signature bonds on my first charges because I was really close with the local police department and they kind of did me a favor. I didn't take advantage of that and I went out and committed the other crime and I was sentenced to a year in county jail. I did 9 months in county jail, 3 months in Huber. When I was released, I instantly ran the day I was out. I went and partied, did drugs. I didn't commit any new crimes. But when they caught up to me, they revoked me instantly and sent me to prison for 6 years. Where I had a year's time served. I spent another 3.5 years in Prairie du Chien. There, I did a hardcore drug program for 6 months. I obtained my HSED. I obtained some community college degrees. I was released in September 21st, 2000. Since then, I think I've had marijuana ticket. Otherwise, I've committed no other crimes. I've had 3 jobs, maybe 4 jobs in the last 30 years. I have started my own business that I run on the side along with working full-time. I've recently been married after being with my wife for 14 years beforehand. And I have raised a child that wasn't mine from being in diapers to he's now 15. My parents have always been very local in the community. And I was afforded the opportunity to redeem myself with the community by volunteering for, my dad ran an organization for a pink fire truck. So I helped with that, helped kids, and they would go basically randomly to houses with people with cancer and give them hugs and teddy bears and just try to make them feel better. I volunteered once going to do hurricane damage cleanup in Florida after Hurricane Ian. Other than that, I'm just here. I've spent the last 30 years redeeming myself with my family, my community. And the reason I want to pardon now is because I want to redeem myself with the government. I might want to run for school board one day. And I think that's about it. Minus your questions, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Goodluck. Questions from the board? All right, none from us. I think you covered everything. We appreciate it and hope you enjoy your weekend.
You too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, our last applicant of the afternoon is Deontay Moore. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, I believe we have you on the phone.
Yes, do you hear me?
There we go, yes.
Yes, my name is Deontay Moore, and I got convicted. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello?
Yes. Yep, sorry,
Okay.
I was just on mute. We can hear you.
My name is Deontay Moore. I got convicted of marijuana selling in 2010, and I had a restructuring officer in 2010, 2012, of marijuana and a restructuring officer. And my reasons, I was trying to sell marijuana and smoke marijuana and thinking I'm trying to sell it to make some money to try to help my mom's out with bills, but she actually got mad at me, and I've been going through cases, and she had to be there for me. So we sat down and talked after the last cases that I dealt with, and we had a big talk, and we agreed on some things, and I need to get my life right. So I started working at E.R. Wagner for some years, and also I think for 3 years. Then I also was working at Wendy Davidson. I was doing machine operator, and I was a welder. And unfortunately, in 2008, my mom, 2018, my mom passed from cancer and cirrhosis of the liver. So I've been trying to stay focused and be there for my dad, and I also help out my community. We got things going on, like even this Saturday, we got a Coke giveaway pop up. We giving away hot chocolate on 37th at Wright in my community on Thanksgiving. We give away Thanksgiving food, hot and cold food. So I'm very involved with my community. My church have a man's meeting that I attend and I follow through, and I'm also getting myself together. And I also want to clarify that I think I should be good for a pardon, because I want to show that if you get your life right, everything could come through as you're supposed to. If you stay on the straight and narrow. I'm kind of nervous trying to talk, but I've been on the straight and narrow, been focused. I've been hurt because my pop's going through things. So I've been giving away community, helping people and giving away clothes and food. That kind of helps me because my mom and dad did it a lot. So I try to stay on top of it. And I'm currently in the church. And yeah, I don't know what else.
That sounds good, Mr. Moore. We can just open it up to other questions from the board members.
Oh, I'm sorry. And currently I'm enrolled at MATC, and I got enrolled again. I'm working on my GED because I also dropped out of school, and I told my mom I was going to get my high school diploma, but I'm going back getting my GED, and I've been working towards it, and I'm still working towards it. It's currently into effect. And actually, I haven't been able to work because I had a disability with my leg. I had Bones disease, so they had to do some surgery, and I was off for work, and I got disability now. I'm going to work. I'm trying to get me a job and get things back in order on top of taking care of my dad and going through school.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Moore, the Milwaukee DA's office reviewed your case, and they support your getting a pardon. Now, Governor Evers will make the final decision, but how does the support of the DA's office make you feel?
Actually, it makes me feel very good, because also I've been this state of mind thinking that the government and everybody is against you, and the police and everybody, but actually they are good people, and I met good officers. I met good people in doing this community, so it really makes me feel good that he's there with me. So because I am doing better, and I'm glad that y'all acknowledge it and he acknowledged it to go forth with it. And I just want to make a better community. Also, I want to talk to a lot of kids that lost their moms, because I'm currently going through depression, and I'm trying to stay focused. And what's helping me is helping other people. So I really want to talk to a lot of kids that's going through it, that lost their moms, because it's very hard out here during the holidays.
Thank you, Mr. Moore.
Other questions from the board? All right. That covers it then, Mr. Moore. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it. I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Okay. And I apologize. Y'all have a blessed day.
You're good. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Okay, Mr. Moore was our last applicant of the afternoon session. So at this time, I'll entertain a motion to move into closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statute 19.85 sub 1, sub A, sub D, and F for purposes of deliberations concerning specific cases before the board, considering specific applications, and considering financial, medical, social, and or personal histories of specific persons. Do I have a motion? Judge Kremers, do I have a second?
Second.
Cindy, all in favor, aye.
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 All opposed? Motion carries. We'll move into closed session. I'll ask board members to give us just a moment to stop the live stream.